Good evening. Welcome to our Tuesday evening workshop. Director Roy, Director Brackett, thank you so much for being here, and I'll let you two take it away.
So tonight we're going to be going over social services. Can be found on page 67. Social services has an overall increase of $1,500,000 or 134%. Social services administration is an overall increase of $78,000 or 26%. This is all due to salaries. You'll see the increase of $77,000 in salaries. This is due to the caseworker, the additional caseworker that was hired, that was approved by council on January 9th. And then social services has the department that's the reimbursable by the state for 70%. That overall increase is $1,400,000 or 174%. The large increases are in contractual services of $55,000 for utilities. This is the cost for clients. And then supplies is $62,000 in food. This is to cover the food for the clients. And then fixed cost, we have an increase of $1,285,000. This is all in the rents. So we've seen the increase of rents go up, and that is the larger items. Just to touch upon the current year, currently the cost for the city portion is at $584,316, which will be about $342,154 for the city that we're responsible for budgeted. It's looking, we still have an estimated 4 months to go. It's looking like we may be, for the city portion, over $700,000 from what's budgeted. Do you have any questions?
Director Brackett, can you speak to what's happening at GA at this time, or what, the kind of influx that you're seeing?
Well, I did send out the spreadsheet to the council, and we've estimated from the fiscal year 22 to 23, there was a 93% increase in caseloads. And then from 23 to 24, there was a 29%. So total overall for the last 3 years, our caseload has increased by 122%. This is a result of the border influx.
Councilor Chidden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please speak into the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for reminding me. Director Brackett, thank you very much for supplying this information and responding to my requests. One item, housekeeping, what does HH mean in your spreadsheet?
Household.
Household.
Yes.
Okay. I've heard from my constituents that we are funding illegal immigrants, and that illegal immigrants are taking the lion's share of the general assistance budget. I see here the breakdown of where these people who are being assisted by GA are coming from. Do you check papers? Do you check documentation when someone comes into your office looking for assistance? And the follow-up to that, or the meat of the question is, are we in fact providing general assistance to people who have illegally entered the country?
99% of our caseload is asylum seekers who have crossed the border illegally. And what happens is that if someone comes to the border or is in the United States, they don't have a passport from their country, permission to travel outside of the country, then they are stopped at the border, and Border Patrol will interview them, and then at that point we'll give them documentation that states they have a court date to appear in front of an immigration court. And during that time frame, and that's usually 1 or 2 years out, And during that time frame, they can stay in the United States. They can pursue an immigration relief, and if they do so, and they can sign an affidavit every 30 days attesting to the pursuit of an immigration relief. In state law, we have to help them. And that became law. They're defined under eligible applicants in the GA policy, and that law became, it became law in 2015. Janet Mills proposed that language, and it was passed that the asylum seekers fall under the criteria of eligible applicants.
Okay, so I think the term illegal immigrant may be a misnomer. These people all are documented. They have recognition from the federal government
Yes,
that
they do.
they are here in this country under certain terms and conditions.
Yes, and they're assigned an asylum receipt, well, asylum number, and that number follows them throughout the whole process.
Okay, so when I hear the term, and I think when many people use the term illegal immigrants, they are thinking of people who have snuck across the border under cover of darkness and disappeared into society. I heard you say that 99% of the applicants in general assistance are what I'm now going to refer to as documented aliens.
We consider them asylum seekers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's a perfectly legitimate term. I prefer it, I think, to illegal immigrants. The 1%, because 100 minus 99 is 1.
Right, the 1% would be folks that come here that actually have a passport and go to Border Patrol and apply for a visa. And that might be a B1, B2, which is a visitor visa, an F1, a student visa, or an immigrant visa. And those people are granted a certain stay in the United States, except the immigrant visa, they would be a permanent resident. They're applying for permanent residency. So once they apply and they're accepted, they're an immigrant. Their status is determined by their interview process, what how they respond to questions and whatnot, and whether immigration is believable or not.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. That clarifies it a lot for me, and I can explain much better to my constituents who are up in arms that our tax dollars are going to people who are not here legally.
It's just that they don't have a passport and they're not going to the port of entry.
Okay.
They're just crossing the border and then they're getting, apprehended by Border Patrol.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got one other question. I'm sure I'm going to have many more as we go on, but I have one that is outside your bailiwick. If you could change it, I'm sure you would. But I'm curious as to why asylum seekers come to this country with credentials from their own countries. They're surgeons and engineers and architects. Why are they not allowed to work here?
Because they're not legally allowed to work until they go through an immigration process.
And why is that?
You have to be legally, you have to, I don't know how to say that.
Federal laws.
Federal law, yeah. You have to have a process, you have to have a status. And once they apply for asylum and they receive their I-797, their asylum receipt, from that date, they have 150 days that they have to wait to apply for their work authorization.
So in order to change this ridiculous federal law, we need to talk to Senator King and Senator Collins and Representative Golden. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I believe there was a bill in place. However, it was squashed because it's an immigration issue. It has to go through Congress and be approved by them.
Okay, all right. I think I've made my feelings known on this matter, so thank you for explaining that. I'm going to defer to anyone else who has questions, but I'm sure that I have some more specifically on our budget. Thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. So you said, what was the 99%? That
Asylum
was
seekers.
Asylum seekers out of 99% out of what?
100%.
But on the spreadsheet that you sent us, it shows 150 from the U.S. out of approximately 600 for this year. So about 25.
Well, I think that Councilor Chittum was referring to the asylum seekers, correct?
That's right.
Right.
So asylum comes out to about 71%.
Yep,
Okay. And then US is about 25%.
right, the percentages is on the side.
Okay. And then what was the law that you mentioned from 2015?
That was something that was passed and approved in the statute that states that asylum seekers fall under the definition of eligible applicants.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to check because you said 2015, but then you said Governor Mills, but Governor Mills wasn't in office till 2019.
That's what I meant, 2019, I'm
2019,
sorry.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So what happens is the asylum seekers sign an affidavit every 30 days that attests to the pursuit of asylum, of an immigration relief.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Sol, did you have something?
I think he may have answered my question. I was just a little confused when you said 99%. Is 99% of the asylum seekers of all of the general assistance? Is that what you were saying?
Could you
Did I
repeat that?
misunderstand? What, the 99%? I think I misunderstood.
I'm looking at the asylum seekers.
Okay, so it's not.
Some of those asylum seekers may have a B1, a B2, and F1, but they're only allowed to remain here for a period of time. Usually depends on, their interview. They may be allowed 30 days to stay in the United States. They may be allowed 60 days. It all depends. It varies. What I'm talking about is out of all of those asylum seekers, 99% have just crossed over the border. The 1% are your F1, your B2, all those other visas.
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood.
Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. Food, are we reimbursing receipts? How is the food side of the reimbursement process go?
The food account includes diapers and personals. And what happens is that we issue a voucher to a vendor. All of our assistance is issued in voucher form to a specific vendor. And so we issue the voucher, the client would take it to the store, they have to use it within 7 days, they have to sign off on it, and then the vendor would return that voucher along with a receipt, an itemized receipt that shows what the person purchased, and then we would pay it.
So they're not actually food items, because aren't most of them getting some form of Section 8 or some state main care where they get their food distribution card as well? Or can they use that to buy bologna and cheese or bread?
It's your basic foods,
So they can buy anything?
Well, they can't buy like soda, expensive items, and it's listed right on the voucher.
On what they can get?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Jim, do you have something else?
I do. The increase in rent and housing, how much of that is attributable to increased in the number of clients and how much to increased rent? Do you have an estimate or an
do.
idea on that?
I do. The increase in rents usually is done at the beginning of every year. I would have to say approximately at least 90% of the landlords to request a 20% increase. And that's mostly due to, the utility rates, fuel, all of that. And what's the other one? If you're, could you say the second?
Yeah, I'm
Repeat
curious
that.
about the breakdown. I mean, we're looking at an increase over 2 years from under $500,000 to over $1.5 million. And I know there's an increase in the number of clients that are being served, but there's also been an increase in the amount that's charged per client for rent. We also have items down here, although there's nothing under heat, but there are also items for utilities, gas, water, and electricity. So that really isn't included in the housing allowance. The housing, I think, if I'm reading this properly, is pure rent to the landlords. And my question is aimed at how much more of the rent per apartment or per unit. What's the increase in that? You said earlier, I think, that 20%, they're looking for 20% increases in the rent on an annual basis, which to my way of thinking isn't sustainable, but I haven't tried to rent an apartment in I don't know how long. Is this across the board, or are people who are receiving, and is this called Section 8? Are these the vouchers that you're issuing for that?
No, it's
No.
not Section 8. That's a
Okay.
different program altogether.
Okay, maybe you could explain that for me. But the rent that's here, the $1.6 million, a percentage of that, and I'm hearing that it's going to be a significant percentage, is simply due to the fact that apartments cost more now than they did last year.
Correct.
All right, and I guess the question is that applying across the board, or is that aimed specifically at people who are receiving general assistance from landlords who are saying, well, the city's got deep pockets and we can increase our rents by 20% this year? I'm
No,
trying to get a feel for that.
Right, it's across the board.
So this is reflective of the housing market in Lewiston in
Yes,
general?
correct.
Okay. All right, thank
3
you.
years ago, you could have rented a two-bedroom apartment for $900. As it stands now in the Lewiston area, a two-bedroom apartment will be anywhere from $1,200 to $1,400.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bergeron. Longchamp, sorry, Councilor Longchamp.
I'm actually going to pass, sorry. I was going to, but,
Councilor Scott.
okay, I should say.
So to Councilor Chittum's point, I was just looking at the spreadsheet that you sent us, and I took the number of cases granted for 22, 23, and 24 and divided it, or I'm sorry, I took the amount allocated for housing in each of those years and divided it by the number of cases granted, and it came out to, in FY '22, $1,435 for housing per case. Then it went up to $1,989, and then it went up to $2,266. So I don't know if that gets to, if I'm pulling the right numbers here, I don't know if that gets to your question as to how much of the increase is increases in rent versus increase in cases.
Thank you, it does. There may be some nuances in there, but as a gross look at it, that's an excellent way of doing it, and it comports very nicely with your estimate of 20% increases annually.
Please continue.
You're all,
Or-
we're all set. If you have any more questions, or
Thank you for
Counselor.
what you do. I know it's a tough job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What are appointments booking out right now? Like
We're
if somebody
booking out 4
presents?
weeks.
I'm sorry?
4 weeks, we're
4
booking
weeks.
appointments out. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then when somebody presents, you do an intake appointment and then you book an appointment with the caseworker, or how does that work?
As it stands now, we're assisting 490 cases a month. I have 4 caseworkers, and I do casework part-time. When someone schedules an appointment, they're interviewed, and, you know, we have to collect a lot of information, a lot of data, citizenship tab, all of that stuff, and income and whatnot. So the interview could be anywhere from half hour to an hour and a half, especially if there's a language barrier, cultural issue. I do have caseworkers that speak various languages. So anyways, what happens is we interview the client, we determine the eligibility. If they're eligible, we give them a landlord form. We refer them to our house and navigator, and they're interviewed by the house and navigator to find out, you know, bedroom size, how many in the household, all of that. And the house and navigator will assist them in locating housing. Then, once they locate housing, the landlord will fill in the landlord form, schedule another appointment to come back in to receive a voucher. And then we also have requirements for able-bodied folks. You know, if they haven't filed their asylum, and even though they signed the affidavit, you know, we want to know, have you started the process? You know, what do you have? We might refer them to MERS to assist them in that application process. The same for the work documents, because we have a tab where we know 5 months out, this is the date they need to apply. We're going to assist you, but you need to apply for your work document and provide us a receipt. We also have the workfare component, where able-bodied are required to do workfare as a condition of receiving assistance, attending ESL classes, and if they do have the work document, they're required to look for work. We give them a job search form, 6 places per week. So there are requirements in order to receive an ongoing general assistance voucher.
Thank you. Councilor Chinham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the language, I remember seeing a memo that you sent out, I believe you did, that some 20% of the individuals of your clients have an English language barrier, and for that reason can't work, and that there's a backlog. The root cellar has a 10-week backlog, I think, if I remember that memo correctly.
Because of the number of asylum seekers that we have that speak various languages, there's not enough ESL services out there.
Okay.
We're working with, you know, we're partnering with other agencies. We're looking at April to start a work readiness program through the Immigrant Resource Center, which in lieu of the work fair will be, you know, referring these folks there. And, you know, it could be depending on what the curriculum is, it may be a 6 to 8 week program, it may be a 3-month, but it will be mandated so that they can be work ready, they can speak English, they can go to an interview, you know, and have that conversation. Whereas right now, there's just not enough services, ESL services for them.
This may be a naive question, in fact, it probably is, but my phone has a capability of listening to somebody in almost any language and translating that into English, which is unfortunately the only language I know. Is that a solution, even a stopgap solution?
The workfare sites do have that program on, you know, for communication with the workfare. I don't know. It might be, but.
I have a constituent who runs a business, and he said, I need able-bodied people. And I asked him, do you need to have English speakers? And he said, if I can communicate with them to take this, lift it up, carry it over there, and give it to this guy, I don't need somebody who speaks English. Transportation is an issue here, but I'm wondering if the phone capabilities and the technology that we have today are being fully utilized to try and address this problem, again, as a stopgap measure. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you for what you do. I think that, as David spoke to earlier, a lot of our constituents don't understand. You rattled off all these steps that have to be taken. Is there some way to capture that on a sheet of paper for your department and says, this is what we do, and these are the steps it takes, that can be shared to the community? Because I think if they understood all the work you're doing and all the steps it takes, they might have a better grasp of why we're spending what we're spending. So I would offer that as food for thought, as some way for us on our city site to post that somebody could go and click and understand your department, and oh, by the way, when they come here, A, B, C, D, all these things happen, and we monitor this at 5 months, and we check this at this month, and, you know, I just think it would reinforce the community understanding what's going on and why the money's out there. So that's just my thoughts there.
Right. I believe we do have a summary on the website.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Elaine. I have the pleasure of working with Elaine at times, and I think her office runs very smoothly, and you do a really amazing job. I just want to put that out there, and the work that you do is very tough, and there are days that I don't know how you do what you do, so I want
Thank
to
you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Further questions from the council? Counselor Chittum?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One, and I'll try and make this my final question. I noticed in some of the statistics that you sent that there is a acceptance and denial. Can you explain to us why someone would walk into your office? What would trigger a denial of general assistance to an individual in your office?
We do require documentation, and most people do not provide that on their first appointment. They may be told that verbally, or, that this, and this is what we need, and they may bring one or two things, they may not bring anything at all. So, as a result of lack of documentation, we have to deny them. On the decision we write, you need to provide, landlord form, social security cards, or income verification of pay stubs, whatever it is. So the denial rate is basically not providing the lack of information needed to determine eligibility.
And would you suspect that most of those people who are denied come back again and are successfully accepted?
Very few,
Very few.
very few.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the council? Anything further?
No.
Director Brackett, we appreciate you. Tell your staff thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to be going over recreation. We'll start off on page 18 with the new programs and services. There are 3 new program and services that are requested. One's to hire a youth and family program aide at $75,000. One's to hire a community sport aide at $27,000. This is just the benefit piece. The salary is in the recreational special revenue fund that they have, but she is requesting that the fringe be covered with the general fund account. And then the third one is the community sports equipment at $12,200. So those, again, are not in the budget. Those are on the new programs and services, page 18.
Counselor Najin?
Yeah, just to double check, the community sporting equipment at $12,200, is that specific to, could you explain what it is?
Sure. So,
Sorry, before we get too much further, we have Director Nicole Welsh here,
yeah,
so thank
Nicole
you.
Welch, I'm the Recreation Director. These specific pieces of equipment can be, or I encourage people to look at them more like, public playgrounds. So in the recreation department, we do purchase soccer goals for our in-house programs and such. But to move towards our wider community sports model, some things that we've heard are there are not enough open nets in the city. McGraw is a perfect example. We had a couple community members last summer donate their goals and let them kind of be there for the year. They were great for what they were, but having something more, so this wouldn't be permanent, but they would be solid sturdy goals that could, withstand a lot of, play. So these goals would allow us to put more programs down on McGraw for open play. It would also help do some more adult and youth leagues up at the turf as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I would add that that is also eligible for a fund balance item if that's the direction the council wished to move to.
So we're on page 68 for recreation. So the overall increase for recreation in the general fund is $61,696, 14%. Recreation administration, the overall increase is $30,000 at 12.5%, which the overall increase is in personal services of $29,404. This is for salary steps. There are 4 employees in the recreation admin. Under the armory, which is the building account, the overall increase is $27,708 or 17%. The increase that you see in personal services is what the city administrator had mentioned on the first night of the transfer for $24,000 from the general fund to cover pieces in the special revenue fund for the recreation. Contracted services increased $17,948. The bulk of that increase was in electrical. This is due to the additional HVAC that is now in the basement of the armory. Supplies decreased $1,240. And then there's also a department on page 68, that's the senior citizens. The overall increase is $3,579. This is just due to wages of a step increase. There's one employee in that department. Any questions on the recreational under the general fund piece before we move to the special revenue account?
Counselor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under the Armory, there's a wages transfer, $24,000 for aquatics. Can you talk about that? I didn't know we had a swimming pool at the
That is that piece
Armory.
that the first night when we were talking about salaries that City Administrator Heather had mentioned. It is a transfer from the general fund into the special revenue fund that we're going to talk to about next to cover the aquatic, cover the pool expenses, the temporary wages to run the pool during the summer.
There's a pool in the Armory?
Not in the armory, it's out over by the police department.
Okay, my confusion was it was listed under Armory, so I didn't know that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Counselor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. Senior citizens, near and dear to my heart. I'm on the council. We've got big plans. What does $28,000 get me for man hours in the Armory for that program?
So that is a 30-hour per week position, 19 of which are dedicated to the Lewiston Senior Citizens, which are our private entity that run programs out of the Armory. And then 11 hours are dedicated specifically to age-friendly recreation programming.
So I would like to see 10 hours added to this position to help us with our senior advisory council as we're trying to move forward, because eventually this program's going to fall under your thing. So I'm looking to add, I don't know how we do that, Administrator Hunter, but I think she should be full-time and she comes to our meetings, what are things we'd like her to do. Right now, she don't have time for. I mean, she's making time to do certain things, but I think if she had dedicated time, it'd be easier for us to ask to have certain things researched, done, or taken care of. Those are my thoughts. I'm not sure how we'd go about that.
I've made a note to put that on the parking lot to revisit.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Najin.
I just have a couple of questions about the overall scope of the program currently, and then I have a follow-up question about the Armory itself. So how many youths would you say you serve currently? And I'm looking to have it like broke up by youths, adults, and then seniors.
I can get you the exact number. I can tell you annually, I would say we're between 5,000 and 6,000 program registrations. And that is, pre-K soccer all the way up through, bingo, cribbage, pickleball, and everything. I can get you a more specific number.
Okay. And is there, it doesn't seem like the budget really is set up to expand any of the programming, but maybe I'm wrong. Do you plan on offering more programming within this budget piece?
Yep, so that's the goal. So the unique thing about the special revenue account, it gives us a flexibility to be able to add programs kind of as needed throughout the year. So right now, for example, in the last 3 months, we're planning on adding a spring basketball program it's new to the program. We are looking into doing some more girls-specific sports. We're looking into adding some free drop-in at Franklin Pasture, so we're constantly adding programs. One of the lines we'll get to in a couple minutes, we kind of use it as like our hold startup fund. You'll see there's a couple brand-new programs that we added lines for, and that's because we ran them for a couple of years. They're going to be sustainable, so we'll actually assign a number to those.
Okay, and the kind of the follow-up question about the armory, and it's probably not directed towards you, possibly you could answer, or Administrator Hunter, but the revenues that we generate from the armory, does that offset any of the recreation program, or does it go into the general fund?
That goes into general fund. The revenue that they use for Franklin Pasture goes into a Franklin Pasture fund, and then the revenues they generate through their activity funds stay with the activity funds.
Perfect. Thank you.
Counselor Chittum.
Thank you. Just a quick question. The last time we were here, we talked about scholarships. Have you seen any uptick in donations from the citizenry now that there's been some more attention to the scholarship program?
Once we went live with it on our website, and encouraged people to come through, drop off checks or such, I think we're at $157 when I checked today. So it's a great start, and even if that, stays solid throughout, year to year, it could probably get an extra, $600 or $800 annually. But not any big donors, have come out specifically for that cause. We have had some private donations, that, are gonna kind of help get us through this first season, but yeah.
Okay, I'd just like to sing out to anybody who's listening here that the Recreation Department is accepting donations to their scholarship fund, and donations are accepted 24/7.
Thank you.
So next, we're going to go over the special revenue account for recreation, pages 69 to 72. There's an overall deficit of $1,129. The special revenue account does not impact the tax rate. All of these programs are covered under the recreation. The revenues will cover the expenses. With the current budget recommended, the overall activity funds is anticipated to conclude this fiscal year 2024 with a deficit of $50,668 as it stands now. The fund balance when we ended fiscal year 2023, June 2023, was $300,950. The division seeks creative ways to finance programs through fundraising, donations, volunteers. January 1st, 2024, just a reminder, minimum wages increased from $13.80 to $14.15. And then in January 1st, 2025, it's estimated to increase to $15 an hour. So this will hinder the profitability of some of the programs, and the revenues that Nicole estimated are very conservative on that fact. So under the general is kind of like the recreational administration piece. The overall deficit of $39,889 is due to the wage of the new position, the community sports aide, that was approved by council during the September 5th meeting. So that is the bulk of the deficit under the administration. And then you can see on the pages, you'll see different programs, the revenues and the expenses. I didn't know if you wanted to go through or if you just want to talk to Nicole about some of the ones that you are have questions on.
Yeah, I think we can just take some questions. Counselor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. The new position would be on the previous page, if we're gonna add it.
The new position is the one that was approved in on September 5th. So it is under the general,
Right, no, on
which,
page 18, the three new things she wants on page 18. What
So-
do they fit into which side of this document?
so they would be under the administration, under the general fund. She's requesting for this position that's under there, that salary, she's requesting that the general fund pay for the fringe for this position, so that it further doesn't cause a further deficit within her recreation fund. And then the other full position she's requesting would be in the general fund, along with the equipment.
Would be the general fund. Now, these positions, obviously, you're trying to make money to pay for as we go. It's a pretty simple
Yeah.
solution. These new positions are obviously gonna give us more opportunity to make more money. That's what I'm trying to go to with this.
Yes, definitely. So the youth and family recreation program aid, that's really the missing link in the department right now. We have adult sport, youth sports, older adult programs. We have a lot of rental programs. It's really typical for a municipal recreation department to have somebody who's specifically in charge of after-school, grade school programs and working on youth and family gyms. So this position would offer that during the school year. And then they would specialize in offering better summer camp programs in our day camp. Right now, we have a great staff, but having somebody who can really dive into SEL and really dive into, finding reduced costs, like opportunities to keep the prices low ultimately. So that's really the focus of that position there. And the community sports aide, that one's already on board. He's already started. We feel comfortable that through offering other sports, we can cover those immediate costs for him specifically.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councilor Najin.
So the position that was agreed to back in September, you're putting the cost for that position against your special revenue fund as opposed to moving it to the general?
Yes, yeah. So year one, because it was, our goal was to kind of help move forward our sports programs, then also try to build a athletic field program structure to make sure that we can run and operate programs for the youth during the summer, specifically on the turf in the athletic fields. Because it was already after the fiscal year, we knew we could kind of cover those upfront costs for year one, including benefits and the actual pay rate. But we were hoping moving forward that the general fund could cover at least the fringe piece of it. And that way we can put, again, more of our program revenue back towards the programs.
Sounds like the last council gave you an unfunded mandate. I guess the question that I have, a couple of other questions. I assume you apply for grant funding for different programming, or is it something that you don't have the capacity for currently?
We have done a couple of small ones. We did receive a National Recreation Association mentorship grant. That's wrapping up in May. That one went pretty well, but it's a capacity issue right now. We're getting to the point where we really need more administrative oversight, but we're also, out there, again, I'm reffing basketball games, which I absolutely love, but we just, we need the programmers and the other people to step in the gym so that way we can kind of go after those bigger opportunities.
Okay, and then the last question I have on that, and it sounds like due to the fact that you do have a limited capacity, maybe this is not realistic at all, but some of the programming, community programming, I know several groups offer recreational activities, but we don't seem to have a lot that happen within our city parks, within neighborhoods. And, one of the thoughts that I had in my head, and I was thinking about putting it in the parking lot, possibly trying to find some funding to hold equipment for some of the possibly like neighborhood youth groups, but I don't know if you have, one, the capacity to manage something like that, or the space to store, like if you were to be in charge of like 20 basketballs, for instance, that you could loan out to a group. Do you have a way to manage that easily, or would that be a huge?
It's definitely something we could manage if we had the extra manpower, I think, because it is just, loaning out 10 soccer balls or a pickleball net or this or that, but it does take tracking. If things don't get returned, you got to collect a deposit, make sure that gets returned. So it is a little bit of manpower. I think it's a great idea.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I was just looking at page 72 and the available fund balance, which looks to be around 300,000. Is that money limited to particular uses? Or is it, is it capital only, or or
No,
can it be used?
it's has to be used within this fund. It couldn't be removed and used for the general fund. But yes, it can be in this fund.
Okay. So I was wondering, I mean, not that I have a problem with the 24,000 coming out of the general fund for the aquatics, but I wonder why it didn't come out of this fund, or is there a target that you're looking to build this up to?
Specific to the special revenue fund balance or the pool? Sorry, I just want to.
The pool. The 24,000 that was transferred in from the general fund?
Yes. So that, the initial conversation started when we went from a 3-day pool work week, if you will, we were open for 3 days to 5 days. So it was trying to just expand that access. And also because we as a department don't charge for the use of the pool, making sure that the entire cost of the pool doesn't fall on only the people paying for programs. For example, if somebody pays $950 for summer camp, a portion of that has to go towards the pool, which is fine. We use some programs to kind of offset costs for other, but when I first got here, 100% was being passed on to recreation participants who were paying money in. So at least this way, there's a little bit of a kickback, and then we kind of help us pick up the rest at the end.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 questions. And the first one's for City Administrator Hunter. Do we have a grant writer on board for the city?
We do have one. We are now looking at the possibility of seeing where else we can look at grant funding applications to be able to compile those applications and submit those, and see who has the best expertise in order to do that.
Part 2 would be, is in my previous life, we partnered with the school to do grants for recreation. I don't know if you've talked to them, but they can get access to a lot of outdoor equipment and grants, but they don't have to, simply because they're not managing the things we're managing. It might be worthwhile having a conversation saying, can you all put in for grants so we can get A, B, C, and D? At my last place, we ended up putting workout equipment at one of the ball fields through a grant through the school that everybody in the city could benefit from. So it might be a way for additional funding.
Yep.
The third question would be, or the third part probably goes back to the administrator again. I think anything that's not funded, that recreation, that we offer to our community should come from general fund. Recreation shouldn't be paying for things that people aren't paying for. So if they're not paying to play basketball, then that should come out of a different fund than their own money. They can't be sustainable, in my opinion, if every time we add something new, it's free, that they're going to be charged for. So I think we should consider looking at that at a table at some point to do that, to not penalize them to offer things or charge for the pool. Plan B would be is buy a pool pass in the beginning of the year and you have access, or daily fees would be another way maybe to take care of that.
I would go the first route versus the second one. We tried that before and it didn't go over very well.
Yeah, I'm definitely not in favor for charging for our access to our pool. Further questions or comments for Director Welsh? Councillor Najin?
This doesn't have to do with the presentation, but I'm interested in the pool conversation now. When a youth goes to the pool, I assume, are they registered? How does that, like, do they have a card? How does it work?
So we've been kind of tightening and neatening up that process a little bit. 2 years ago, we introduced a membership form. We had it translated into 4 different languages to start off with. And we would ask the child, because we don't see every single parent. If they're old enough, then they don't need to bring their parent down. But we'd ask for the registration form. They would come back, and then we would enter them in our database, and then we'd keep track of kids and how many times they would come to the pool every summer. One of our struggles, I'd say struggles, one of the goals is to offer more structured programs down there. Everybody loves free swim. It's really great. We are currently brainstorming with the Boys and Girls Club, actually. They get access to special Michael Phelps programs just because of, again, Michael Phelps partners really well with them. We're trying to figure out how to get some of those free swim instructions down at the pool. So we're trying to expand a little bit. It's something that definitely needs more attention.
That's one of the points I was thinking about with like a pool card. For instance, you'd have like basically a profile of a pool user, and therefore you could also possibly assess their swim level
Yeah.
and support people for improving their ability to swim. And then also on the back end, and I know there have been behavior issues in the past, you could suspend a pool card as well if you have a problem with a particular individual. So just a thought, but it sounds like it's probably another piece that requires a little bit more investment and capacity, so. Thank you.
Anything further?
No, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for
Thank you.
everything.
We'll go find some of the money with the people.
Appreciate that.
This concludes our workshop, and we'll be starting our council meeting at 7. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to our Tuesday night City Council meeting. We will kick things off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will have Ava Blanchette from Lewiston High School Cheerleaders lead us off in the pledge. Thank you very much, Ava. And now we have Ava from the Youth Council to give us an update. And if you can move the mic. Yep, there we go.
Hi everyone, my name is Ava Golder. I am the chair of the Lewiston Youth Advisory Council, and I'm just here for a few quick remarks and updates about what we've been doing recently. So we recently finished with our dream project, so great news for that. And it's basically just an initiative and project focusing on student aspirations and goals. And the slogan for that was, "You can reach your dreams not only in your sleep," talking about sort of like encouraging the youth to get involved in their school and stuff like that. And we really just discussed on what success means to us and how that can be found in numerous different ways. We also made like little comments on Facebook and stuff talking about what success is, and that was fun. Also, we sent out a survey link to Lewiston High School, and that was just asking general questions on what they thought about their future and stuff like that. And the main comment that we saw was people were concerned about financials and if they had the support to reach their goals. So that's really what we wanted to focus on. And also we made a little pin for teachers at the school, and this was by the Vice Chair Saida, and this was basically, if you see a teacher with this pin, then you can go up to them and ask them questions, and they'll really be a mentor for you. And our Dream Project Forum was last month, and there we just talked, we had professional speakers come up and talk about their sort of journey and how, for example, my stepmother was there, and she talked about how she grew up in the foster system, yet now she's the CEO of a company. So really just things like that, people talking about their success stories. And we also passed out pins to the council, and we passed those out at the forum, and they're just like little inspirational messages, just something cute. And Councilor Roy expressed interest in the Dream Project pins, but because that was only for teachers, we also decided to make a little bumper sticker. And this is it. You can chase your dreams, make them your reality. And basically, we got 200 of those, so if you're interested. And our next project that we're currently working on is surrounding drug use and abuse. And we noticed, as we all do, that there is a real issue of drug use and substance abuse in our community. And we observed that the common theme of that is that people are like, just stop, you can just stop. But we noticed that that's not always true. And we wanted to sort of make a community dialogue and talk about that, because more often than not, you're always being talked at about drugs. So we want that to be sort of like a back and forth, open conversation. And we have LHS forensics teacher, Miss Rusher, helping a lot with that. So love her so much for that. And we also talked with Sean, who is somebody in recovery, and he has been for 6 years. And he explained how it gripped his entire life, and it really gave us a new perspective on it that we're hoping to share with everyone else. And also at our March 4th meeting, we reviewed the LYAC policy and our bylaws, and when Dottie speaks later in our agenda this evening, you'll hear about a section we'd like to remove in the policy and bylaws, and we've been talking about. Anyways, that's it. I know that was a lot, but thank you much for your time.
Huge round of applause. Ava, thank you so much. And tell everyone in Youth Council, thank you. We will now have a number of presentations. We're going to kick it off with Director Welsh. Are you still here? Okay. Join me at the front, please. This is it from last night?
It is.
Very cool. So Nicole Welsh was honored, was it last night? Tell us a little bit about it.
Sure.
Sure. So the Maine Recreation and Park Association is the state organization for all things municipal parks and recreation. And last year I was the recipient of a state award called the Distinguished Professional of the Year Award.
And so to honor Director Welsh tonight, we have a certificate which I will read. As this certificate of recognition is presented to Nicole Welsh as the recipient of the prestigious William V. Haskell Distinguished Professional of the Year Award by the Maine Recreation and Park Association. This award is extremely well-deserved due to her stellar leadership and upbeat attitude as Lewiston's Recreation Director and the example she sets for others statewide. Nicole's unwavering dedication to quality of life and active lifestyles is outstanding, and she is a standout representative of her profession, the association, and the city of Lewiston. A huge round of applause for Director Welsh.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
And we have so many winners in the audience tonight. If the hockey team could join me up here along with the coach and assistant coach. Come on down. So 2 Saturdays ago, they won the state championship, and I have a proclamation I'm going to read now. Recognizing LHS Boys Hockey Class A Championship, whereas the Lewiston High School Boys Hockey Team has conquered its 25th Class A state championship, once again demonstrating that when Big Blue is on the ice, they get the job done. And whereas the team is commended for its hard work and dedication, proudly representing themselves, their school, and the city of Lewiston as a whole. And whereas a shout out is extended to team members, David Langlier, Colton Daniels, Charlie Foster, Dylan Blue, Asiak, Liberty? Where are you? Isaac. Isaac Liberty, Isaac Belmore, Cam Plord, Colby Daigle, Payson Goyette, Dalen Hodgson, Matt Levasseur, Nate Mativier, Ethan Blue, Austin Landry, Deanna Scalia, Hayden Brown, Alden St. George, Jacoby Oliveira, Ben Jenkins, Cody Dion, Angie Terrio, Curtis Plord, Will Rothier, and Gabe Pomelo. And whereas their 5-0 Class A state championship speaks volumes as to how well the team members work together and underscores the fact that teamwork is so much more than just a word for the LHS boys hockey. And whereas appreciation is extended to head coach Jamie King, assistant coaches Mike Ruthier, Dustin La Rochelle, Conrad Albert, and Brendan Hanlon, trainer Jesse LaRoe, and managers Leah Walton and Maya Langlois. And whereas gratitude is also given to family members and friends who fill the stands, cheer loudly, applaud victories, and offer support on the rough days, truly invaluable resources. Now, therefore, I, Carl L. Shalene, Mayor of the City of Lewiston, Maine, do hereby officially recognize the Lewiston High School boys hockey team for its Class A championship and commend the team for camaraderie and performance excellence. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Okay, let's see how this can work. We're gonna take a video. Counselor Nadine. Counselor Long. All right, okay. Okay, let's see. There, I see her. There she is. Okay. It's a video. And I'm gonna take a really big picture. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you all. You guys-
And now, can I have the LHS cheering team join me up here, along with their coaches? When was the state championship? Congratulations. Recognizing LHS cheering Class A state championship, whereas the Lewiston High School cheer team has taken the Class A crown, having now won 12 Class A state championships, and whereas, as with academics, championship cheerleading fosters teamwork, discipline, and leadership skills, and LHS is surely a shining example. And whereas, rumor has it, they also have the loudest champion cheering section, and whereas congratulations are extended to Madeline Albert, Kelsey Anderson, Phoenix Bulio, Ava Blanchette, Isabel Caldera, Jersey Cunningham, Fiona Hutchinson, Sierra LaLiberty, Allison Lavalle, Reese Maynard, Ella Mercier, Emma Mills, Mila Psychic, Gabrielle Thomas, and Aubrey Wood. And whereas the championship performance was lauded as near perfect, as the attention to detail and precise execution were excellent. And whereas appreciation is also extended to head coach Matt Hanley and assistant coach Tori Weldon. And whereas it is also exciting to note that the LHS cheer team is fourth in all of New England's co-ed division. Very impressive. And whereas a huge thank you also goes out to the families and friends who are steadfast on the journey, supporting young athletes they are incredibly proud of. Now, therefore, I, Carl L. Schleen, Mayor of the City of Lewiston, Maine, do hereby officially recognize the Lewiston High School cheer team for its Class A state championship and commend their hard work and perseverance. Congratulations.
There you go. Let's get that award in. Oh. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you.
Director Ferrante? And Mr. Gorman? We have Sean Gorman, LL Bean, Executive Chair, and we have Rachel Ferrante, Maine Mill Executive Director here. Thank you both for being here. As Mayor, it is my honor and privilege to stand before you today to recognize a remarkable individual and an iconic institution that holds a special place not just in our hearts, but in the fabric of our state. Sean Gorman, Executive Chair of LL Bean, embodies the legacy of his great-grandfather, Leon Wood Bean, who founded the internationally renowned brand right here in Maine in 1912. LL Bean is more than just a company. It is a symbol of our shared love for the great outdoors, a testament to Maine's rugged spirit and enduring resilience. When tragedy struck our beloved Lewiston on that fateful day of October 25, LL Bean didn't hesitate to respond with immense generosity and unwavering support. Not only did they contribute a generous sum of $250,000 to the Maine Community Foundation's Lewiston Response Fund, but they also provided crucial assistance to their employees affected by this unimaginable event. In a remarkable display of humanity, a canine response team organized by LL Bean embarked on a flight to Maine. What transpired during that journey was nothing short of extraordinary, a shining example of compassion and unity amidst adversity. What occurred was truly humanity at its best. Today, we will hear from Mr. Sean Gorman himself, who will share with us the inspiring story that unfolded during that flight. But that's not all. Tonight, Mr. Gorman has something very special in store for the city of Lewiston and the Maine Mill, a gesture born out of love and compassion extended to our community. Maine Mill has been diligently preserving the memories and artifacts related to the events of October 25th. And tonight, Mr. Gorman has more to share. Mr. Gorman?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Thank you, Mayor Shalene. Thank you, Council. So tonight I'm really honored because I have the chance to present a pretty special gift. And for a little bit more context, so Mayor Shalene said that sorry, is that better? Said that we had reached out to a canine response team. So obviously we have a major manufacturing plant in Lewiston. That's where we make bean boots and tote bags. Our employees were on lockdown. Some of those folks, like many of you in this room, were feeling the weight of this terrible event of October 25th. So we had this canine response team come in, and one of the canine handlers was flying up from Nashville. And for some context, someone on the plane asked the pilot why there was a golden retriever on the plane. And so he explained, the pilot explained to the audience that there's a golden retriever on its way up to Lewiston to help with the victims and the people of Lewiston. And he said, wouldn't it be great if you could all take your drink service napkins, put a little note on there for the city of Lewiston. So when I met with his handler, Andy, and his dog Cooper, he shared this story with me, and it was just a really emotional story that so many people responded. And he gave me a bag filled with napkins with beautiful messages from people from this Southwest Airlines flight. And he said, I want you to have this and share it with, whoever you need to share it with. And I said, well, we need to share it with Lewiston. But what I asked our creative department to do at LL Bean is take individual photos of every napkin and capture that digitally. And we made a great sign for our manufacturing plant in Lewiston with the Lewiston Strong and all of these notes around it. But we also decided that we wanted to capture this and these messages in a book. So I have 2 books here that I want to present tonight to Mayor Shalene and one to the Lewiston Museum. And along with, for the Lewiston Museum, all of the individual napkins themselves, so you can have the originals. But I really hope that this gift will help with the kind of collective healing of your city. And I also hope that these books stand as a lasting reminder of how people are standing strong and with Lewiston, both near and far, as you'll see as you read many of these messages from passengers around the country. So thank you very much for letting me be here this evening, and now I'll share these with you. This is for you. And this one is for you. This has a bag of, I think, about 100-something messages from the folks of that Southwest flight. But I don't know if you want to open the book and show it to the crew. Yeah. I hope you all go to the museum and take a chance to read these messages, because they're really heartfelt and beautiful.
Thank you so much for this. This is beautiful. I'd like to read one if I could. My heart goes out to the families who have lost loved ones in the face of needless violence. I wish you strength and support during this tragedy. May the victims never be forgotten, and may your healing be quick.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
A huge round of applause for LL Bean, Director Welsh, the hockey team, and the cheering team. Madam Clerk,
Thank you, Ms.
I believe, pleasure to see you this evening, and I think we're ready to begin.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Counselor of Ward 6. And then the next item will be acceptance of the meeting minutes of the February 20th meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Gallant, second by Councilor Harriman. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6,
That's me. Yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now up to public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office.
Hello, my name is Ifrah Saeed Issa, and I live in Rideout Avenue. Dear members of the Lewiston City Council, I am here today to express how disheartening it was to hear that our request to include the ceasefire resolution for discussion on the agenda was denied last week. This refusal deprived the community of an opportunity for a meaningful dialogue on a matter of significant importance. By dismissing discussions on the ceasefire resolution, the council risks alienating constituents and failing to adequately represent their interests. We urge the council to reconsider its decision and ensure the voices of the community are heard and respected in future agenda settings. I'm reaching out to our local leadership to advocate for an approach of bottom-up approach. That approach is a method of problem solving that starts at the local level and works its way up to the higher level. This method prioritizes diverse perspectives and community input. If you're curious about why we persist in reaching out to you, it's because we've exhausted other avenues. We've diligently pursued the top-down approach, repeatedly tried to communicate our concern to the highest level of government, including President Biden, Representative Jared Golden, Senator Angus King, and Susan Collin. Through letters, calls, and emails, we've passionately advocated for a ceasefire. even staged protests outside their office in Lewiston and Washington, D.C. Despite our earnest effort to convey the urgency of the situation, it seems our pleas have fallen on deaf ears. Our voices feel unheard and unrepresented, compelling us to turn to our local representatives for support. Lewiston City Councilors indeed hold significant power to influence interconnected government systems. While their direct jurisdiction may be at municipal level, their decision and actions can ripple outwards. City councilors have the authority to advocate for their constituents' interests, lobby higher levels of government for support or change. It's deeply concerning that many people may not fully grasp how Lewiston residents inadvertently contribute to the funding the conflict in Gaza through U.S. government aid to Israel. Annually, the U.S. gives nearly $4 billion to Israel, with a portion of that sum, almost $12 million, comes from Maine taxpayers, including almost $600,000 from Lewiston residents. What's particularly troubling is that these funds come with no conditions attached to their use. Reports indicate that this aid is used in military operations, resulting in the death of over 30,000 civilians.
That's time, thank you. I invite you to submit your comments to publiccomment@lewistonmaine.gov. Sorry, one second. Administrator Hunter, can you confirm, is it public comment or public comments?
Public comment.
Thank you.
Sorry? Okay. Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Eames and live a block away on Lisbon Street. I speak tonight for myself in favor of crafting a brief resolve of maybe 2 sentences, a resolve urging our congressional delegation to work against using either our tax dollars or our investment portfolio to starve and bomb Gazan civilians. I came up knowing anti-Semitism since my own mother fled to the U.S. in 1941, thereby avoiding the Nazi death camps. Even as a young child, I knew we lost many beloved family members to those camps. I heard of an aunt in the French Resistance, true, but mostly I heard about the attempted extermination. Probably for that reason, I grew up sympathetic to the movements for decolonization, civil rights, world peace, women's rights, and most relevant for us tonight, divestment as a strategy to end apartheid. Why is any of this relevant? Why do I remind you of these movements? Because in the 2020s, we are living in another major historical moment and we need to take a stance. Wherever in the world we may find ourselves, we must not merely lean, we must actively push towards the right side of history in order to mend our broken world. Some of you might understand tikkun olam. We need to do whatever we can from wherever we are to persuade those with power to change their usual practice, to stop, look up, and actually pay attention. I've lived long enough to know that this strategy can work. Senators King and Collins, as well as our Representative Jared Golden, need to hear from everyone and from everywhere that the siege of Gaza is not only short-sighted, it is inhumane. It is unjust. It is, even considering October 7th, out of proportion. It is insane in the sense that the abused has become the abuser. While this may be an old human tale, it is not the only tale we can tell, not the only future we can live. I have written my share of pleas to our representatives. The form letters I receive in response are not at all satisfying. An anti-war resolve from this body, the council of the second largest city in Maine, could strongly resonate with our delegation. At the very least, it will garner some more attention than atomized constituents ever could, even in large, very large numbers. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Adam Jones, Chapter President, MSEA. Glad you guys are all here tonight. Mama bear, defined as a term to describe a strong, aggressively protective mother, which are notoriously violent when confronting a danger of their offspring. just something I think we should know. So I heard something recently that really hit me hard. Life is not a perfection game. It's a game of adjustment. It's not about getting it right. It's about when you're inevitably wrong, how you handle it, your ability to adapt. The ability to adapt is far more important than what you know when you begin. Unfortunately, recent events have caused lots of changes within these strong city walls, changes that will have everlasting effects that will be continually felt over time. We have already lost some great people who have served this city wholeheartedly every day. It is through these storms that we have found how strong we truly are, to level up, to stand firm when the ground beneath us seems to be crumbling. It's the responsibility of the great citizens of Lewiston to shine the light of justice and demand accountability. It is their duty to rise above the politics and restore integrity to the system. It must be done through active engagement and political awareness that we together can dismantle the chains of corruption within city administration. To the administrator, your ego's a liar. Your ego's digging a grave of comfort. A grave of comfort that you're going to crawl into voluntarily, where you get buried and you cannot move anymore. That's what happens. That's what happens when you blame other people. That's what happens when you don't accept that whatever's going on is your fault. It is your fault. Accept it, own it, and deal with it. Victims get distracted while leaders find ways to focus. You can be distracted or you can get epic things done, but you cannot do both. We are not your offspring, and the union is sure as hell not your bear cub. We are dedicated staff who represent this city to the best of our abilities every single day. I often find myself thinking about this idea that things that we cannot control, that we can control, and that there are things that we can't, and knowing the difference, and that's called wisdom. Be careful of what you throw away. We can go even deeper. Be careful who you throw away. So may the road ahead of you may be filled with action, not hope, passion, not obligation, and results, not plans.
That's time.
You must
Thank
be
you.
transparent.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. For all those new members of the City Council, I want to say thank you. My name is Brother Alfred. I am the CEO for the National Saving Fatherhood Foundation. Some of you might know me out here in the City Council, some might not. Just wanted to introduce myself to you all on that case, but also let you give you an update. We did pretty good at the end of the year. We didn't hit our goal for fundraising, but we wanted to do like every year. We try to give you guys a report since we are in the city limits. It's our responsibility to know what the funds are going for and what we're doing here. And I could do that within the time frame possible. We raised almost $20,000 last year, by the end of the year, for the fatherhood programs. We was able to help a lot of people with resources as far as information posting onto our webpage and our website. That means we was able to help those people that wants to fight or stand up in their own state, cities, or countries. We have reached from Lewiston, Maine, all the way to Bangladesh, to China, UK. People are hitting our website constantly 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning on a consistent basis. We are looking for city help within a certain time frame, and we are open to talks about working with the city on some locations out here. Right now, we're doing everything online and in Zoom. We'd like to be more physically present so we can do more physical programs. Like we're trying to do something, plan something now for the Mike Tyson fight as a fundraiser. So, if in y'all city want to come, council want to come out and see Mike Tyson win in 5 seconds, you come on and see me. But we all know what's going to happen, so that's no secret. But anyways, Remember, the National Saving Fatherhood is here to help people. We're here to support the community, fight enemies. Remember, we believe in the chain effect, okay? Dear Mayor, dear City Council, I thank you for your time, and I yield the rest of my time. But I will leave my brother over here some flyers, maybe you can hand to the right people, and y'all get the chance to see what we do. My contact phone number's on there, as well as any other information if you have any questions, all right? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Alex Diamond Stanek, resident of Lewiston in Ward 2. I want to just build on what Ifra had shared at the beginning of public comment, making the point about the amount of funds, tax dollars that go to supporting Israel in the war in Gaza. I'll just say I appreciate the responses we've gotten about the question of whether or not this is city business. I guess the one argument I would make is I think it is city business in the sense that it is impacting people in the city of Lewiston. So where Ifra left off was talking about how those more than $500 million coming from Lewiston residents have led to the deaths of 30,000 civilians, including approximately 13,000 children who've been killed with our taxpayer dollars over a 6-month period. And as taxpayers, it's understandable that folks would feel frustrated that that money is being directed towards activities we oppose, such as violence and genocide. Instead, many of us would prefer to see that money allocated to community needs that this City Council has articulated, things like infrastructure and education, homelessness, healthcare, mental health support. The conflict in Gaza is affecting individuals and families in our community who have ties to those affected areas. And by expressing support for a ceasefire, we're demonstrating solidarity with those community members in Lewiston who are personally impacted by the violence. And there's been a discussion of whether it's sort of within the jurisdiction to pass a resolution like this. I would just say that, many cities, multiple cities and communities across Maine, in addition to across the United States, have rallied behind this and passed ceasefire resolutions, recognizing them as essential for upholding fundamental values of peace, justice, and human rights. And embracing such a resolution would align with our community's core principles of compassion, empathy, and social responsibility. By endorsing a ceasefire resolution, the City Council would not only add its voice to that important cause, but also amplify the pressure on Maine's congressional delegates to take action. Thank you for considering our concerns. We look forward to seeing positive action in the future on this. Again, another shout out to the hockey team and to the cheer squad, and thanks to the LL Bean folks. Thank you for the time.
Hello, members of Lewiston City Council. My name is Julia Harper. I am a Lewiston resident of Ward 5. Thank you for your service. I am speaking again tonight, along with others, requesting that Council entertains a ceasefire resolution to do your part as our representative government to help stop the U.S.-funded genocide in Gaza. I realize there are conflicts happening all over the world at any given moment, and there are none happening now that I'm aware of that are both so heinous and also which draw such a clear, direct line between the continuation of U.S. funding and the continuation of ethnic cleansing and genocide as what is happening right now to people living in Gaza. The Biden administration has completed over 100 separate weapons deals with Israel since October 7th, amounting to a weapon sale once every 36 hours, which have been used to obliterate 80% of civilian infrastructure, to kill over 31,000 people, including over 13,000 children, some of whom have been directly executed by snipers. These are war crimes. This is extreme. More children have been killed there in recent months than in the last 4 years of global conflicts. Biden has also done this with near bipartisan support. Members of Council, which I have also appreciated your responses to our requests to put this on the agenda, they have said that calling for a ceasefire is only in the purview of Maine's federal delegation. However, our federal representatives have been contacted by individual constituents nearly relentlessly for close to 6 months and have failed to join the international call for a permanent ceasefire that is supported by 67% of American voters of every political affiliation by a recent poll. Resolutions on any topic are a well-known and accepted way for city governments to communicate to representative government positions on any topic on behalf of citizens to other bodies, including other levels of government. This is another reason why Lewiston City Council action is important. It would serve to hold Golden, Collins, and King accountable to the people who they should be representing, including Congressman Golden, who lives in Lewiston. I recognize that you have limited amounts of time and large and important tasks in front of you to address on behalf of Lewiston residents who are impacted. And what I hope you recognize is that we are speaking to you as deeply impacted Lewiston residents by the horrors that are being committed in our name with our tax dollars, and we are asking you as our representative government to ensure that our voices are amplified, joining more than 70 bodies of local government nationally to pass a simple resolution, doing your part to help put pressure on higher levels of government officials to stand for the same peace and justice that we want for the children of Lewiston. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Chittum, yes?
I would move that we suspend the rules so that we can listen to the remainder of the public comment. We've exceeded the 15-minute period allowed in our rules.
Madam Clerk, if I remember from last time, we can just simply do this by unanimous consent.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, seeing no further opposition to that, please proceed.
Hello, Matthew Agron, 209 East Avenue. Tonight I'm here to thank the councilors, both current and former, who reached out to me about my request to put a crosswalk on East Avenue. Former councilors Clement, LaChapelle, and Marcardi, and councilors Sol, Gallant, and Harriman. I've been informed we will be finally getting a crosswalk in 2026 on East Avenue. However, the exact location is not yet set, but I'll hold out for the intersection of Warren, Green, and East Avenue. Thank you guys very much.
Linda Scott, Ward 1. I have been overwhelmed with calls from current and former city staff and department heads who have shared working under City Administrator Heather Hunter has become too toxic and the need for a change is immediate. Generally, the employees have shared that they, like most government employees, are willing to grin and bear because change is frequent. But with recent terminations, resignations, how they were handled, and the ongoing work environment frustrations...
One second. We cannot allow comments. We can allow general comments about, working conditions here in the city, but we cannot be talking about personnel.
So it is stated in our charter that when and in your public comments rules, that when making a public comment about personnel, that it has to go to the administrator. Well, these are comments about the administration, and they need to be heard. So who do I send this to?
Yes, you would email the administrator at that point.
Email the administrator or email the council, because the council is the boss of the administrator.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I guess if they're about city administration, you could forward it to general counsel, the city attorney.
Well, I find this very unfortunate because I think these are statements that need to be made publicly, and I'm going to say that I'm here to support the staff of this city who works diligently for this community, has worked their lifetime for this community. Do not just leave because things are just happening. They have worked at low wages and for long hours for a long time. They need a city administrator that's going to support them.
Thank
and
you.
a mama bear is not somebody that is supporting their staff.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I'd make a motion that we allow the speaker to finish her prepared remarks.
We have
I have a copy of my remarks, if I may give them to the council president, please.
Go ahead. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
You stole my thunder.
I would second that.
So I guess before we take a vote on this, there's a line in there somewhere, and I think yes, talking about personnel and their actions in their capacity as they work for the city, I think is not allowed public comment. So, and I don't think that a vote of us can override that. So
You are the bosses. You can override anything.
we have rules too. Madam Clerk, can I get your take on this, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm checking the rules for the reference, for the exact reference, but if the council wanted to waive it and allow it, as Councilor Harriman, I think, noted, I believe it would be two motions. One would be to actually suspend the rules, and then it would be to allow the comment. So I think it would be a two-parter. I'm just looking for that reference, Councilor Harriman. I don't know if you have that at your fingertips regarding the section number.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, Madam Clerk, the council would be able to suspend the rules that prevent us from talking about city staff and their actions as city staff in public comment, and then a vote to allow public comment to continue. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Right, what I'm also looking for, and I'm not sure that I have it with me, is the right to know law, because the right to know law also references personnel matters to be discussed in executive session. So, and that you cannot waive, but again, I'd have to look at that language, but that's state law.
Yes, and I guess that's also my concern, is that I don't want to, the council to inadvertently violate state law as well.
Right, yes.
I would urge the council, we have written comments from the Honorable Linda Scott. I would urge the council to accept that for now and proceed with public comment. If I can get Councilor Najin and Councilor Scott to withdraw their motion, that would be great.
The fact that we may be violating state law by discussing personnel matters publicly concerns me. So I would be willing to withdraw my motion.
My only concern would be, would the comments be allowed if there were no names mentioned? That seems like that would be general.
Well, in this case, we already know who Ms. Scott is talking about, so I would say no. We no longer have a second for this motion. Thank you, Linda Scott. Please proceed with public comment.
Good evening. My name's Bob Tibbetts, Ward 6. I'm here to speak, I guess, on behalf of the city employees. In maybe the perception of the city of Lewiston that it's not a very welcoming place for new employees to come. You know, the city of Lewiston has a lot of employment opportunities. It's a great city to live in, and you know, I think it's probably a pretty good city to work in. However, with certain events that have happened, it's kind of tarnished the city, and I'm concerned that the level of employees that you guys are going to get won't be adequate for the jobs you have. So I think maybe the council needs to look about changing that perception on the outside. I wouldn't come to work here. I have a pretty good job at the Turnpike. But the outside perception right now isn't good for the city of Lewiston. You know, with all that's happened, all the bad press that's going on, you guys need to step it up a little bit. Hold whoever's accountable. You know, don't let them walk on employees, because word gets out and you guys are gonna be short-staffed. You already are with Public Works. You're gonna have more signs flashing for, you know, this job or that job to come open. You know, just hold people accountable. That's all we ask as residents, as a public, I guess, employee. I know a lot of your employees. I have family members that work here. So just hold the administrators accountable for their actions. Don't let them push people around unjustly. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brian Beard. I'm a Public Affairs Specialist for the Small Business Administration, Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience. And we're here working alongside FEMA after the flooding back in December, which caused a presidential disaster declaration. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware that we do offer low-interest, long-term loans to cover any damage not covered by insurance or FEMA or another source. So if anybody that had damage, whether it's a homeowner, renter, business of any size, or a nonprofit that had damage from December 17th to 21st, they can get a low-interest loan from the SBA. There's no cost to apply, no interest or payments for the first year. And if you pay off the loan in less than a year, there's no interest charged at all. Even if you've already used a credit card or taken a bank loan to do the repairs to your home or business, you can still get a low-interest loan from us to replace that more expensive debt with a much less costly debt. After the first year, when there's no interest or payments, the interest rate for most homeowners and renters is as low as 2.688%, and for businesses as low as 4%, and 3.25% for nonprofits. So if you're not sure if you need a loan or if you're still waiting for an insurance settlement, you can go ahead and apply and start rebuilding. And if you're offered a loan, you have 2 months to decide whether you want to accept it or not. So we encourage people to apply now before the April 1st deadline, which is coming up very quickly. And then they can decide later whether they actually need that loan or not. The loan terms can be up to 30 years and be very reasonable in the payments. For example, a $24,000 loan for 30 years would only be a little over $70 a month for the payments to. And if you have a high insurance deductible, you can take out a loan just to cover the insurance deductible. And also you can add 20% of the total estimated damage to your loan total to use for mitigation to prevent future damage and build back stronger by putting on a stronger roof or putting in a sump pump or elevating your utilities, your hot water heater and furnace several feet off the ground to prevent future flood damage, or to even change landscaping or put up a retaining wall to try to prevent future flood damage for those that were affected. For loans up to $25,000, there's no collateral required and no closing costs. So if you get a loan that's $25,000 or less, you don't have to put a lien against your home or business. And even if a small business or a private nonprofit didn't have any physical damage, if they had a drop in sales income as an indirect result of the disaster, the storms and flooding in December, you could get an economic injury disaster loan to provide working capital to cover your monthly expenses until you get back up and running again. So there's 3 ways to apply. You can go to lending.sba.gov or contact our 800 number at 800-659-2955. But the easiest way is to visit the Disaster Recovery Center. There's been one open at the Lewiston Armory for several weeks now, but it is going to be closing this Thursday. So I encourage if anybody still needs to check on the status of their loan application or initiate the process before the deadline and wants to do it in person, they can go to the Lewiston Armory by this Thursday. It's 9 to 5. The Disaster Recovery Center is at the Rumford Municipal Center and at the Manchester Fire Department and Kennebec County will probably remain open through April 1st, the deadline. But I want to make sure people are aware of that. But
Mr. Mayor?
Hello, yes.
You have been enforcing the 3-minute time limit, and this is well past 3 minutes. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's an interesting presentation and good information. However, I think everyone ought to be treated the same.
I agree.
Unless there's a vote by the council, I would like him to continue. Please proceed, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to encourage everyone, if they haven't taken advantage of the opportunity to register and apply for a loan, make sure that include your assets and the income of everyone in the household on the application to demonstrate ability to pay. One item that I've noticed in in Maine from this recent flooding is that a lot of people had their driveways washed out. So if you have a private driveway or road leading to your home and an emergency vehicle cannot reach your home, you can register with FEMA to get some limited assistance, and anything not covered by FEMA or insurance, you can get a low interest loan from the SBA. So these are just a couple of the examples of the type of assistance you can get from those loans. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank
And
you.
does anybody have any questions or?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Ann Back-Taylor. I am the Community Program and Project Manager with the City of Lewiston. I reside in Waterford, Maine. And last time I came to speak was back in January when I had requested that you make a pivot and think about the position for Louis' role with the sanitarian. Tonight, I just wanted to say the theme of the evening seems to be investments, how we invest in the budget, how we invest in our personnel, and how we invest in our time. And I think tonight would be a good night to turn hurt into hope. I do see some agenda items that look very promising, and I have seen change over the last month. And I do think, again, tonight is a good time for a space of grace. I am a tribal member of the St. Regis Mohawk tribe, and if you are not familiar with the story of Hiawatha, I suggest you get familiar with it. It was the first story that I had ever heard where the bad guy didn't get. It was the first time I read a story where the bad guy actually turned around and became a good guy. So if you're not familiar with that story, I don't have time to share it with you tonight, but please look it up. It's the foundation of our democratic government in the United States, so please look into that. And I do think, like Totadaho, the antagonist of the story, we can shake the snakes out of our hair and become redeemed and good. So I just wanted to share that there's a lot of negativity going around. There is room for change. And I just ask for, we can't change things that happen. Sometimes we can't even speak about things that happen for personnel reasons, but I do believe in grace. I do think Lewiston can be hopeful. I don't believe in eye for an eye, but I do believe in holding people accountable for change. And so I just wanted to mention, as we consider, if you as leaders consider your investments, just please keep that in mind, that it's never too late to turn it around. I truly believe that. I myself am a grant writer, and we've done a lot of change in other places around the country, and I've seen people on the street turn their lives around. I've seen people who were hopeless or written off because they had addictions or did terrible things turn their lives around and become something special, and the city can too, and they are. And we just need to move forward together, and again, I just say turn that hurt into hope tonight, and be vigilant, not coming from a place of lack. And I guess I will close tonight just thanking you for your time and consideration. So again, thank you, and I hope that we'll move forward together. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christine Holden, 183 Summer Street, Ward 1. I am a historian. I taught the first class in this state at the university level on the Holocaust, and I do research in that area. One of the things students often asked is, why didn't people do something when they were aware of what was going on? And how aware were they? So one of the assignments that I had my students do was to look at, in some cases, paper copies, in some cases microfilm or digital, newspapers in Maine in the 1930s and 40s. And often they were shocked to find out how little mention there was of what was going on in Europe, at least until after the United States entered the war in December 1941. They also were rather alarmed to find that often any mentions were on back pages, not headlines. We don't have that excuse today of not knowing what is going on in our world. And for many of us, it can be absolutely doom scrolling, as the phrase is, to think about all the terrible things going on in the world. You all know what they are. Sorry. I am not asking anything much of the council tonight, except since you have decided that apparently it's not appropriate or is too symbolic to have a resolution from the council about a ceasefire, I would ask you to acknowledge the advocacy of the citizens of Lewiston who have been calling for some action in this area. Yes, it may be symbolic, but symbols matter. We honor people who, at whatever cost, maybe financial, maybe personal, maybe their whole life, spoke out about things that they thought were wrong. We have instances in Maine. I would just mention, for example, Samantha Smith, a wonderful symbol of a young person who asked a leader of another country, why do you want to destroy us or hurt us? And there was actually a pretty good response. I acknowledge it had a lot of propagandistic overtones too. But I am very encouraged by people here who have spoken up about their strong feelings, and they're not going to be blaming people. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. But I think recognizing that Lewiston Strong has many aspects to it, and those who are calling you to action are doing so out of deep love, concern for the people of the world, not just in Lewiston. Thank you.
Luke Jensen, Sylvan Avenue, Ward 5. If an NBA team starts the season off, I shouldn't say start, they get to the season, they have 2 wins and, say, 20 losses. It's usually a look by the owner to say, hey, we should probably switch out the coach and maybe consider making some mid-season changes, some trades. Makes sense, right? If the owner doesn't take any action after that, then anything that happens is pretty much on the owner, right? Because they had a chance to act and they didn't. And if you have a chance to act on something and you don't, you're responsible for what happens afterwards. I mean, even the Belichick got canned after getting 4 wins after 6 Super Bowl wins. So actions have consequences. So I just want to speak about a few things. I'll avoid, I guess, any maybe direct criticism, and I'll try and phrase this as just objective things that happened. Things that are not protected personnel information because anybody in the world can get access to them through a freedom of access request. It's not protected. I can remember, I'll just go through the list here. When I was in the 2 city councils ago, the council voted to do a charter commission. It was going to go to the voters that following June. The very following January, the first or second meeting of the next council, the city administrator put on the agenda to revoke that vote, and it passed with 4 votes. I probably wouldn't be here speaking if that hadn't happened.
Point of order.
Councilor Glant?
He referenced an individual. I thought we weren't doing that. Isn't that the situation? This needs to stop. It's a bunch of baloney. Okay?
No.
We're not stupid people here, and we know exactly where he's going and what the path is. He said he wasn't going to mention it, but he did. When are you going to take charge and stop this?
Thank you, Councilor Glant.
Can I respond?
Hold on. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about events that happened, but let's leave out people.
Okay. So a staff member put on the agenda that's entirely available to the public, and I could literally hold up right here, Councilor Glant, and be legally okay. But apparently I can't use my words to say it, which is unfortunate. So a city staff member put that on the agenda to have it revoked, and we still don't have that. And that's probably the greatest disservice that's been done to the city in years. There was also the schools resolution where a few elected officials during last term worked on a resolution, asked some staff members to work on it in private and not tell the rest of the council and the mayor until it could be brought up at the last minute under suspension of the rules just before a vote. That happened. I guess I can't say if the staff members complied with that, but you guys can make a guess. I can certainly tell you in private. I mean, when I was on the council, I couldn't imagine an administrator really invoking the non-interference section of the charter.
Point of order again.
He did not mention a person's name.
There's only one in the building. You can't be that foolish.
Councilors, thank you. And we're at time. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Speak that time.
A bunch of his time was cut off by you speaking.
Thank you. Is there any, we'll give you another minute, but yes, we cannot mention people.
Okay, all right. Well, then you guys really need to consult your lawyer here to actually understand what the rules are and how they move forward.
I read the rules.
I would highly suggest that you read them again. So I served 5 years in public office. Once we're up to that point, we can have that conversation. I guess I'll just won't speak on that then. But I mean, I served during my time in office, three city administrators, 2 superintendents. I'm pretty versed on how the interaction should go between a board and the administrator responsible for that system. So I do want to make that clear. This is not my first rodeo. I'll just mention that, the city right now seems obsessed with marketing and just rebranding instead of actually focusing on the policy changes that are based on, objective economic metrics. We know in this city that the median family income is so low that investment doesn't want to happen here. We can't get a lot of market rate housing. We have to give TIFs when it does happen. This is a serious problem. From the outside looking in, it kind of looks like that meme where the dog's sitting in the kitchen and everything's on fire, and he's saying, everything's fine.
Time.
That's time. Councillor Glant, thank you. That's time. Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that. Disorienting, but Melissa Dunn, resident of 254 Blake Street in Lewiston. I'm just here to ask the council to reconsider supporting ceasefire resolution. The January 6th resolution was passed by former council. It wasn't necessarily a local city business. And there may be more efforts like that, but I just asked to reconsider. Thank you.
Excuse me, Matt Roy, Ward 3, sorry. Had a Freudian slip there, back to the good old days. Routinely, let me start off with this. The primary role of mayor is the presiding officer. The rules of the city council are clear. Up to 15 minutes of general public comment on non-agenda items is allowed. Once that 15 minutes, or 5 speakers, since everyone always uses their 3 minutes, the presiding officer will suspend public comment for the courtesy of the agenda and people here for agenda items. This is a routine failure that the mayor has been committing for the last 27 months. Week in and week out are pretty close to it. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Madam Clerk, agenda item number 1.
Item number 1, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the barbecue pit, 838 Lisbon Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the barbecue pit, 838 Lisbon Street.
There's no talking.
Councilors, thank you. We're on agenda item number 1.
Point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to address some of the public comment that was made.
No. If you want to talk about public comment, we can talk about it during reports and update or other new business. I wish to proceed with the agenda at this point.
Very end of the meeting?
Yes. This is public comment, not public debate. Madam Clerk, please continue.
Sure. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the barbecue pit, 838 Lisbon Street.
May I have a motion, please? Councillor Glant. Second by Councillor Soul. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Chittum.
I've reviewed the application. I only have one question. Big Mike's Smokehouse indicates on the application that the nearest residence is a half a mile away. Did anyone fact check that? I did, and the nearest residence is 500 feet away. So I'd just like to point that out. We need to rely on the accuracy of these applications. If we can't rely on them, then we can't really act on them in good faith.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
Further comment or discussion from the council? Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 2.
Item number 2, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the Cage, 97 Ash Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the Cage, 97 Ash Street.
So
May I have
moved.
Counselor Chittum, second by Counselor Sol. Discussion. I just want to say that the Cage has undergone a change of ownership, undergone a change of ownership, and then reopened, and I'm glad they are back open. Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 3.
Item number 3, public hearing and final passage for an amendment to the Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards. Requested action that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards regarding shoreland area standards receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor
Second.
Chittum, second by Counselor Glant. Planner Norton, if you could please kick us off.
Certainly. At the last meeting, there was discussion at your first reading of this application or item. The proposal is to change the ordinance to allow in the shoreland zone where a property is also in the floodplain, the amount of elevation that they would need to elevate the structure to be out of the floodplain, to allow that to not count against the total height for a structure in the shoreland zone.
Discussion from, or questions from the council. Counselor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had asked administration whether or not this was actually legitimate for second reading because there's an entire new section, sections 4A and B under the shoreline zone standards. I was told that this is not a substantive change, and I disagree with that. I would like to have the council weigh in on whether or not adding 2 paragraphs to an ordinance is or is not a substantive change. Furthermore, I would like to point out that in section G, it refers to increasing the building height to up to 3 feet above the base flood elevation. Elsewhere in our flood management zone, Article 14, it requires at least 1 foot of the elevation of the bottom floor above the floodplain, and I'd like to know where the difference is between a minimum of 1 foot and up to 3 feet.
I can certainly look into that. I know that the definition of height is not taken as an average. It's taken at the lowest point of your foundation. So the 3 feet may take into account the fact that if your land is sloped, it may not be 1 feet everywhere that you're raising it. You may have to raise it more on certain sides of your building. But if there's an interest in having staff look into that more deeply, we can come back with that information.
Planner Norton, can I also hear your thoughts on whether you think the change is substantive or not?
I had raised that with administration and stated I didn't think it was substantive because these are definitions, and essentially what I found when I had looked at the question council asked previously was that we needed to make changes to the definition of height of structure so that it aligns with this new language exempting the elevation that you have to raise it to be out of the floodplain. So this is part of the state statute that goes with the part we were adopting. It was an oversight on staff that we didn't include the definition change that was specific to changing what height of structure means when you're in the special flood hazard area.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, members of the council. My name is Jacob Arata. This is my wife, Jana. We live in Lewiston on 3 Loon Drive at No Name Pond. We'd like to speak in favor of this amendment as we think it's necessary to make the ordinance fair and reasonable since it will more closely align with state guidelines on this issue. For our own particular circumstances, after the storm hit in December, our house was completely flooded underneath and the water level of the pond had moved to only 20 or so feet from our house, which highlighted the importance for us to elevate the house out of the floodplain. And we're concerned about the longevity of our existing house we're living in, as it's an old camp that was converted to an old or a full-time home. So it has its own set of issues with rot and the building shifting, et cetera. Which makes us believe that our best course of action is to replace the existing house and build something that we can stay in long term. And this amendment would allow us to do this, as the ordinance in its present state wouldn't allow for us to have enough headspace or usable space on the second floor while also getting us out of the floodplain if we were to rebuild. We only want to keep the existing height plus the amount to get us out of the floodplain. And we'd really like to start a family and stay in Lewiston long term. So this amendment would help us to have enough space to raise a family and stay here long term. So overall, we think that passing this amendment would be fair and reasonable and would be beneficial not just for us, but for anyone else with the same particular circumstances that we're in. Thank you.
Further public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Councilor Najin.
I would just like to commend you for coming out to speak tonight concerning that your concerns for your homestead, and thank you. And to Councilor Chittum's point, 2 pieces. One is the state guideline is a minimum of 1 feet. This guideline is saying no higher than 3 feet, and I think that was around a concern of 75 feet or above within the shoreline. So we're saying, in the cases where we'd have to raise a building above the 75-foot mark, the moorings could be no more than 3 feet above the water line, I believe. I'd also say that the changes aren't substantive, but they include definitions, in my opinion. So,
Further public comment, or I'm sorry, further comment from the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1.
Agenda item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing and approval of federal fiscal year 2023-24 Community Development Block Grant Workout Plan. Requested action to conduct a public hearing and to approve the resolve approving the fiscal year 23-24 Community Development Block Grant Workout Plan.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Glant.
Second.
By Councilor Roy. If you two could please introduce yourselves and then kick us off.
Sure, I'm Lincoln Jeffers. I'm the Director of the Department of Economic and Community Development.
And I'm Mary Ann Back-Taylor, the Community Program and Project Manager.
If I can get you two just to move the microphones a little closer to you, that'd be great. Thank you.
And I don't have a lot to say, honestly. Marion's the one who's done all the work on this. This is really a workout plan. I know Councilor Chittum had some questions about the overall Community Development Block Grant and how all those numbers work and caps and all those things. So I'm here more as moral, and she doesn't even need moral support, but she's the brains of the outfit. But we're here to address whatever questions you may have. The workout plan is the question before you tonight. And it's really how do we use these dollars to make sure we meet our spend out requirement, which is 1.5 times what we receive at the beginning of the year. We can't have it 60 days before the end of the program year. It's been a lot of moving targets. Marion's done a great job putting it. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Marion.
Thank you. And so I do apologize that this is coming before your actual budget meeting, the workshop this Thursday, which is about CDBG, to get you better acquainted with CDBG if you are not. So the City of Lewiston is an entitlement community. Next year will actually be our 50th year receiving Community Development Block Grants, or CDBG entitlement funds. Just so you know how that works, they just finished the appropriations and all that. Luckily, we didn't get any cuts this year federally, so yes, but Next year's not looking so good, but we'll let you know that next time. How that works is basically 70% of the total CDBG funds go to entitlement communities, and that's based on a formula with 3 factors: the population of your city weighted at 25%, the people in poverty weighted at 50%, and overcrowded units weighted at 25%. So that's basically how they do it federally. And then the 30% remaining of the federal budget goes to states to be dispersed throughout the state. So just so you know, on a big federal level, how that comes down. We get approximately $860,000 or so a year. It's give or take, it just depends on the budget. This current fiscal year, and so you'll see also, just so you know, I know it's fiscal year 2024 for the city, but it's federal fiscal year 2023. So a lot of my paperwork will say 23, 24, just to not be confusing, because I'm living in 2023, y'all are living in 2024. So we have $843,459 of our annual entitlement this year. Prior year contingency, which basically just means unspent funds. This could be from mostly public facilities type projects that maybe didn't get moving, or for whatever reasons are delayed. We had about $692,276 remaining from years prior. We do have a revolving loan fund for commercial and housing rehabilitation that goes out, and so it's revolving loans. Those usually come back. And then program income, which would be basically repayment of loans, interest, things of that nature. So that's where the sort of revenues come from for our community development block grant budget. I did have a PowerPoint, but I'm not sure if I was able to get that down in time. But it's just 5 slides.
Excuse me. Matt, do we have the PowerPoint?
Marianne, you might need to open the laptop.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, okay.
It's my second time presenting.
Matt to the rescue.
Thank you.
Are we? While we're waiting, a huge round of applause for our IT systems engineer, Matt.
Okay. Go to this down here, like so. There we
There you go.
Okay. Is this delayed? Okay, there we go. So this is basically just a brief explanation. So CDBG funds are reimbursed to the city. We have a line of credit, basically, that has the entitlement plus program income. And then it lists what program income consists of, which is payments of principal and interest on loans made using CDBG funds, proceeds from any sales or lease of property purchased or improved with CDBG funds, which we don't typically do. It's mostly just loans. And proceeds from sale of obligations secured by loans made with CDBG funds. And then all revolving loan fund income, regardless of amount, is considered program income. So that's why it's very difficult year upon year to know exactly what your program income is going to be, because it just depends on people paying back their revolving loans. I want to talk about the timeliness statutory requirement. It's measured by the rate of expenditure of funds, thank you, from the city's line of credit. So we cannot have a balance that is 1.5 times our annual grant, which is at $143,000, plus program income, 60 days prior to the end of the program year, which is May 2nd. So on May 2nd, it's an automated test that runs, and whatever's in that line of credit, it cannot be 1.5 times what we have. Now, we have some leeway where if you do it 1 or 2 years in a row, that's okay, but on the 3rd year, you're required to go before the federal government and explain why you're not meeting your timeliness test, and that could result in reduction in your CDBG entitlement funds. We are not the only city or jurisdiction that's having this issue. Some of our neighbors are having this issue, as well as others across the United States. It's a continual issue. And actually, just so you're aware, federally, they're looking at, in the next couple of years, changing that timeliness test so that we may no longer have to do it. But we do now. This is our third year. And so when I came on with the city in June, one of the first tasks was we have to meet this timeliness test. And so that's what I've been working on, is spending those funds. So reasons for being untimely, and these are fairly common, and this is what our city has been challenged with, is when agencies apply for funding, especially for public facilities, we don't require project schedules or milestones, not requiring site control or shovel readiness prior to approving a project delays with no solution or retrieval of funds, and not terminating or phasing delayed projects. So if a project is kind of long-term, instead of saying, well, can you just do the, get your architectural design this time around, and then when you're ready, apply again. So there's these big projects where it's all the phases in one. We could consider perhaps reducing that. So there's some solutions to being untimely that I'm working with the Citizens Advisory Council on. Thank you. Which would be resolutions for those. The other part that I would like for them to consider and for us to do prior to bringing it to council, the challenging part is we'll bring it to council, it looks like a great project, they'll approve it, and then it sits there, it's encumbered funds at that point. And so year after year, it'll just roll over and hold up that amount of money, which harms us with our 1.5 timeliness test that we have to meet. But requiring that 50% of funds be spent or encumbered by our sub-grantee by the end of Q2. So that's giving them half of the year to spend half of the funding, or at least encumber it. Otherwise, we'll take the funding back and reallocate it. Because when we get to having to do a workout plan, HUD says now you have to consider pulling money from agencies, and we don't like to do that. We like to support projects. And I would like to recommend building in those requirements at application so that it's built in prior to us having these issues and preventing us from meeting our timeliness test annually. So the Citizens Advisory Committee is working with me on coming up with some such policies to avoid this in the future. So before we dive in, I just want you to know these issues have been looked at. We're looking at addressing them, but now we still have to fix this year's timeliness, which, by the way, we are on time. We are looking like we'll be on time and we will meet the timeliness test. So if you'll look before you, on the actual workout plan and program budget, there's 7 categories. The first one is administration. It's just capped, and we always meet the cap. It's 20% of the CDBG allocation plus the program income from the year prior. There's public services, which the Citizens Advisory Committee brings to the council for approval each year. And we always meet the cap on that too. It's 15% of the CDBG allocation plus program income from the year prior. We have public facilities, which is where the majority of challenges happen as projects become delayed. We have CDBG housing, which is our rehab program, our enhanced code enforcement officer, and our lead grant match. We had a lead grant this year, actually for the last, 4 years? That is coming to an end in the next couple of months. And then lastly is just CDBG carryover or other projects, some match funding, and we did have the small business emergency assistance grants that went out in response to the October 25th tragedy to assist businesses up to $10,000 for loss for the shelter-in-place order. So that was added as well.
And that emergency loan, she was talking about how you're never quite sure what you're going to get for program income. We got a significant payoff that we had not anticipated, and we got it just before the tragedy occurred. So we rolled the money with council approval into those programs to provide some short-term quick support to our businesses that were impacted.
Yes, and so updates on this and changes on here, and the reason why it's important to bring this forward is we do have a significant project, the Martel Street demolition project that is depending on this vote tonight to move forward in the workout plan. We were able to draw funds and pull from a loan to Democracy Brewing, which they were able to support through other funds with the city. So we were able to move $100,000 to the Martell project. And we reduced the small business emergency assistance grants because we were just under 200,000. We had originally had 300,000, but because they only needed just under 200,000, we were able to also move 100,000 to this project. That was already approved by past council. It was just a matter of which funding pot to support it with, and it's CDBG. So the Kennedy Park sidewalks, Horton, Vale Street projects, so 3.1, 3.2, 3.4, and 3.5, so that's Safe Voices and Tree Street Youth Demolition. Those projects are all done. So we're making really good with our spend down. And then the YWCA, they're still working on their project, and then there's the Martell Street project, which we're thinking will move very quickly. This is abatement of asbestos. And those are all the changes. Questions? Yes, sir.
Councilor Chittum.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I question Martell Street, it's Martell School
Yes.
that we're talking about here, okay.
Yes, sorry.
You've identified a problem that we have more money than we should have under these CDBG guidelines. You've identified steps made to correct that problem and indicated that in the future it may not be a problem because the government's changing its formulations. Great. What I don't understand is we're being asked to pass a resolve that approves a workout plan, and here's where I'm lost in the details. And I think what you're saying is you want to have council approval to spend $2.04 million on CDBG projects, these ones that are listed here, which would leave us with then a balance of $197,000. And if I heard you properly, we're not allowed to have any more than 150% of our anticipated annual revenues, which are about $860,000.
So we are not allowed to have more than the, it's 50% of the program income and entitlement.
Yeah, so take that 843, it's actually 843. She said 860, but it's 843 is what we'd received last year.
Okay.
Multiply that by 1.5. That's the cap on what we can have unspent.
So it takes us to 1.2 million.
Yes,
And
it's
if we have
1.2.
more than that, we're going to be penalized.
Yes.
Okay. And yet, if I'm understanding this properly, your proposed spend down plan, when we're trying to get under 1.2 million, would get us down to 190, or just under 200,000. Am I missing something here? We're trying to hit a target of 1.2 million as a max, and we're going to hit a target of 1/6 of that, $200,000. What am I missing?
Well, I think most of these have already been approved by the prior council. So all of the CDBG public services, those were allocated last year. Those are funds that are going to be spent. It's already been approved by the council. The only one that has not yet been approved by the council, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the demolition of Martell School.
Correct.
And that was the $200,000, which was assembled from other sources. But all these other ones have already been approved, so we're not asking for a new approval.
Okay.
It's more, here's how we're getting there. The only new one is the 200 for Martell.
Cutting to the chase, very much appreciated. Thank you. So in essence, this resolve is asking the council to approve $200,000 to abate asbestos at the Martell School.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the adjustments made to do so, because we did make adjustments to the small business emergency assistance grant and the Democracy Brewing. That's not on there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Now I understand.
well,
Thank you.
and
Thank you for-
unfortunately, this did come, like you'll see a presentation on Thursday night.
Yes.
Here's what we're doing with CDBG. We did that last year. You'll
Right.
see what we're doing next year. But this is a precursor to all that.
Okay, well, I appreciate your dumbing it down for my understanding. Thank you.
Hardly.
Sorry.
Councilor Najin.
I can pass for the moment.
Councilor Herman, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to say that to the point of, hitting that target of how much money we can have, If we have projects that can use that money, I think the end goal is to get the money out into the community where it can do some good. So I'm definitely supportive of this.
Thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Councilor Nagy.
I'd just like to commend the CIC and your good work as well. I'm actually the counselor that's supposed to be supporting that work, and unfortunately, because of the fact that I had to be in Australia, and they've worked very quickly, this work is getting done without my presence, and it's amazing stuff that you do. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And I'm glad to be moving forward the Martell School project, so, yeah. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Matt. And for the record, I believe his official title is our WAN administrator. I just remembered that. The next agenda item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 5, amendments to the personnel policies regarding entitlement upon separation or retirement. Requested action to approve the proposed amendments to the personnel policies, City Policy Manual number 22, as recommended by the Human Resources Director and the City Administrator.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Roy. And he was set up first, yeah. But thank you, Councilor Gallant. We're moving, trust me. Director Terrio, can you please kick us off?
Hi, Heather Terrio, HR Director. So what we're really looking to do here is just clean up the ambiguity in the language. What we want to do and what we have been doing is paying out a portion of sick time if employees either have 25 years of service or are age 62, regardless of if they're enrolled in any other form of retirement.
Questions or comments? Public, or Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. Can we add a word to this draft policy? In the fourth line of this first paragraph, it says, has 25 years of consecutive service or age 62. Can we add reached age 62?
Sure.
Because that, to me, I think could reasonably be interpreted, or maybe unreasonably, as if you're 63, it doesn't apply.
Okay.
Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 6.
Item number 6, to approve the letter to the State of Maine to terminate the agreement with the city to provide local inspections for food service establishments. There are 2 items for requested action, or 2 potential motions for requested action, I should state. And those are printed in your book. The first potential motion for the council to consider is to table this agenda item indefinitely. The other proposed potential motion for the council to consider is to approve the letter to the State of Maine to terminate the agreement with the city to provide local inspections for food service establishments.
Thank you. I recommend that we table this indefinitely, but I'll need to hear it from a councilor. Councilor Chittum?
I have a question, actually. The difference between these two is that if we table this indefinitely, then there's no public comment.
Correct.
And if we approve, then we listen to public comment and can vote as we choose on the approval of sending the letter. Is that correct?
I believe so. Madam Clerk, do you want to weigh in on that?
So, looking at the parliamentary procedure cheat sheet here, the motion to postpone indefinitely is to kill the main motion, as we note, and it does state that debate is allowable.
Yeah.
So it would be debate amongst the council, and it would be a matter of passing that motion or not, but it would really be limited to the merits of, do we want to dispose of this motion, postpone it indefinitely, which is to kill it, or to not do that?
I was just going to say, I think we could allow public comment for with either motion, because we can allow public comment before we go to a vote on the first one. Councilor Glenn, did you have something?
Yeah, I agree to table, and I don't agree to public comment. We've had enough on this issue before. It's kind of like taking a wound and peeling off the scab. We've heard enough. If we're going to kill it, there's no need for public comment.
Anyone else? Well, we need a motion on the table here. So do we, Councilor Harriman, did you want to put a motion on the table?
Yes, I would. I mean, as long as we allow public comment, I would move that we table this agenda item indefinitely. But
I'll second the table.
But making sure that we allow public comment.
So, did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I did. Moved by Counselor Harriman, seconded by Counselor Gallant to table this agenda item indefinitely.
Yes. Discussion among the council. Councilor Nagy.
Just to clarify, we have one motion to table the item indefinitely with public comment, and one to move forward the tabling without public comment. So in fact, we don't actually have an agreement at all. So, you know, I think some people came out tonight to speak. I would be very interested in making sure that people could speak. Just to clarify, what we're at right now is table with talk, and with public comment, and table without public comment. So that's not an agreement.
Well, if I may, we have an agenda, we have a motion on the table to table this agenda item indefinitely, and that's been seconded. So at this point, without further, I plan to go to public comment.
But there's a procedural issue, correct? Because ultimately, public comment shouldn't be allowed when we table indefinitely unless we agree. And the two people who have moved on it, one has not agreed to public comment.
Madam Clerk, do you want to weigh in on this?
Sure. So I apologize, Counselor Harriman. Maybe I did not understand your motion. If you could repeat your motion for me, I'd appreciate it. And then Counselor Gallant can confirm if he wants to second that motion or withdraw his second, if that makes sense. So Counselor Harriman, if you could repeat your motion for me.
My motion was to table this agenda item indefinitely as long as public comment is allowed before we vote.
And I'll withdraw mine.
I would second.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor, moved by Counselor Harriman, seconded by Counselor Najin, is to table this item indefinitely as long as public comment is allowed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I guess I have some concerns about combining those two, but, yeah, I mean, we're understanding that we're heading to public comment at this point, but, Councilor Harriman, did you have something else?
I was just going to speak to the motion, but I didn't know if Councilor Sol had a procedural question.
Councilor Sol?
If it's voted down.
Can you use your mic? Thank you.
Okay, so if we vote no for tabling it indefinitely with public comment, what happens to the agenda item? Can you motion to bring it back?
Well, at this point,
Without public comment? How would that work?
Well, we're going at this point, pending another vote from the council. We're gonna have discussion, and then we're gonna head to public comment, and then.
Well, in theory, we're going to be voting on having public comment and tabling it indefinitely.
One second, Madam Clerk, what would be the best course of action here, in your estimation? Are we going to vote and then take public comment, or are we going to go to public comment and then come back and vote?
I would say it would be up to the council. If the council wants to take public comment, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that it really should be probably two separate motions and not combined as one motion. I think it would be more direct. We certainly want to make sure that every counselor who is voting has a full understanding of what they're voting on. So dividing it might be wise.
Fair enough. If I can get Councilor Najin and Councilor Harriman to withdraw their motion, that would be great, and then we can start over.
I'd be willing to do so, yes.
Could I ask a clarifying question first?
Have at it.
So this is for Madam Clerk. So tabling, a motion to table an item indefinitely does not typically allow public comment or for debate?
So the problem, Counselor, is that Robert's Rules of Order is written for organizations, not necessarily for public bodies. And so public bodies usually adopt Robert's Rules and apply it accordingly, but there's no reference in Robert's Rules regarding public comment because it is a set of working rules for the body to get their work done, which is you. So it really doesn't define and comment on public comment. So it's really silent to answer your question regarding that item.
And if I may, to clarify that, Madam Clerk, I plan to take a motion for option 1 and then a second, and then discussion, and then head to public comment. And if a majority of the council at that point decides not to go to public comment, then there could be a point of order, and there could be a point of order and then a vote, correct?
Right, and what we've also done in the past, Mr. Mayor, not common, but occasionally, is just allow public comment on the agenda item itself, on the general topic, without having a motion on the floor. We don't do that commonly, and that is not really following Robert's Rules of Order. I certainly recognize that, but in general, if the council's looking for direction from the public, we would just allow the public without a motion to have the public comment on the agenda item generally, and then the council will then do a motion regarding a direction they want to take.
Okay, so if it pleases the council, how I would like to proceed is to, take option 1, get a motion and then a second, and then discussion, and then head to public comment. Councilor Najin, did you have something?
Yes, I did. I think most probably because if we're proposing a second motion, would that not require us to suspend the rules anyways? So if we move on, if we move to approve the letter to the state of Maine to terminate this agreement, it needs a first and a second. It then goes to public comment. Then we can either shoot it down or not. So as opposed to all of the other finagling. So I would move to approve the letter to the state of Maine to terminate the agreement with the city.
That could work too.
Second.
We have a motion, and then now we have a second. Discussion on this from the council. Councilor Harriman.
If it's necessary, I would also withdraw my previous motion. And then I have another comment.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I just wanted to speak to this item, and I guess it also affects the second one as well. When this plan was presented to the council in the first place, it sounded like a good idea at the time to me. It seemed like we didn't necessarily need this position, at the city level if the state could do it. But then after hearing from the public and hearing from restaurant operators, hearing from staff as well, I'm not in favor of terminating this or the next item, suspending the position as well. So, yeah, that's just where I stand on this, and I hope that the rest of the council will follow along as well.
Further discussion from the council. We're now having a public comment for this.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. Well, we all could regain the last 10 minutes if we just didn't have a proposed motion involved in this, but there's a third option that no one is, except for me apparently, considering: a motion to not send the state a letter of rescission. And based on what the council president just said, that would perfectly align with 4 meetings ago, with when this room was full, with 99, actually, everyone in the audience said. From city staff that was here, and some of them are here again tonight, business owners in the hospitality field, we should just you should nullify this motion and move a motion which would not send the letter of rescission, keep the MU, the memorandum of understanding, which is essentially a contract between the city of Lewiston and the the health inspection program administered through Health and Human Services and the state CDC through the end of July 30th, 2028. And based on that contract having a term, a motion to table indefinitely is pointless because the contract's going to end. It's going to have to be renegotiated and/or extended. Thank you.
Hi, Adam Jones, Chapter President, MSCA. Glad we could figure a few things out there. First and foremost, the health inspection program has been around in Lewiston for over 64 years. I think that's something that you guys all need to remember. Our member is directly affected by this agreement. He exists for that sole purpose of making sure that that agreement is followed by the city for the benefit of the state of Maine. I know that there's been a lot of homework being done in the last couple weeks, a lot of discussions being had by local businesses, citizens, staff members as well as a lot of communication with our member. I think one thing that you need to recognize is that what you just said previously, Councilor President, was that when it was presented to you. And I think one thing that everybody needs to be aware of here, and people have asked, is who presented this in the first place. I don't expect any of you to answer that. I think we all know that answer. But I think it's something that we can't ignore. So I appreciate each one of you doing your due diligence, doing the best you can for your ward, asking the right questions, looking at what this would bring to the city if we just continue this agreement that was executed back in November of 23, and being able to provide all of the citizens and the visitors to this great city who come here for all kinds of events and situations, to be able to benefit knowing that they have the support and the safety of a health inspection program for them and their families. So I applaud you in doing all of that homework. I want to thank you, Council President, for bringing that up. The union strongly, again, throughout this whole process, continues to support its members, and continues to support the health inspector himself. And this agreement with the state of Maine is the very existence of why that member is able to protect the citizens of this great city, and also have the state, who again, unfortunately is short on resources, take that load off of their shoulders. Because if you look at other surrounding towns, even though the state's involved and they still uphold the same rules and regulations as our own health inspector, they just don't have the time and the resources. You have restaurants out there that have been in business for 5-6 years and have only seen the state once in other surrounding communities. We don't need that for Lewiston. So most of all, this union, MSCA, applauds you for doing your homework in supporting that agreement and supporting that position, and I hope that you make the right vote. Thank you.
Good evening again. Bob Tibbetts, Ward 6. I'd like to second what Adam just said as far as thank you to the council for going out, getting the answers that I believe needed to be asked and heard from you guys. I come at it from the public safety point of view. As a former police officer, we have all kinds of different, public safety. You have police, fire, EMS, you have your code enforcement, and you have your health inspector. As Adam just said, he's making sure the restaurants within our city are safe for people to go and not get sick. They can feel reassured that they're going into clean, establishments and getting food. We have such a wide variety here in the city of places that people can come and eat. And I think they would feel safer knowing that we have an inspector who not only will listen to businesses and help them and not just go in and bust them for violations. You get into public service, you're not looking to really make a lot of friends because you're not gonna. Police definitely aren't gonna make any friends. I'm sure you guys have got your ears, plastered with all this. You're not making any friends with all this. But I think the people would respect you a whole lot more if you do the right thing, keep what we have in place, and just move forward. He does a good job. You heard from many businesses at the last meeting who supported the whole thing. So let's just keep it going, keep Lewiston safe. There's many levels of keeping it safe, and that's just one of them. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm a local business owner here in the city of Lewiston, and without our local health inspector,
I'm sorry, may we have your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Paula White, and I'm a resident of River Road here in Lewiston, and I'm also a business owner. Without the health inspector local, it would have been a much more difficult road to get started, because this specific inspector is extremely resourceful and helpful in helping someone that's just starting out with who to call, where to go. He does more than just his job. Without him, we all know that the city of Lewiston has a terminology that's tossed around called the dirty Lou. Getting rid of your health inspector is probably not going to help that. I think many hands make light work. The state is short-staffed. Like the other gentleman said, they're not around very often. I personally have been in business for 4 years, and I have seen the state at my location one time. And I have seen the local here many times. We've had a lot of bad press because of the shooting, and I think that even as a citizen of Lewiston, I would feel much more pride in my community knowing that we have a health inspector and that we are raising the bar. I am one that worked at St. Mary's doing central sterile supply sterilization for all the operating equipment for the operating room, and being a seafood dealer, I understand cross-contamination, I understand the rules, and I follow them, and I haven't met an inspector yet that understood those to that level. And I think the biggest reason is because this particular inspector owned his own kitchen, his own restaurant. So he knows the difference between an infraction and a major violation. And he's not going to play political games, because I have known him personally since he was a small child, and he has told me flat out when he came to my location, you need to cut that grass or you're going to have rodents. Yes, sir. You're going to follow the rules. He's authoritative is the point, but he's also very, very friendly. He doesn't show favoritism. We need that around here. We need to be a community that sets a bar that makes a statement, and that's exactly what this gentleman does. Thank you.
Further public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Councilor Roy.
Just want to say I went out firsthand and I spoke to a handful of businesses and a lot of my constituents, and at this point they all love that position, and we really need that position. So I'm totally in favor of that. So we're not gonna. I don't want to.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When this was first presented to us, we were a brand-new council. We were still wet behind the ears, not that we're not now, and we asked a lot of questions. That's what the delay has been from the first hearing until now, March 19th. Those questions have been answered, and they have reinforced my initial intuition, which was to oppose rescinding the letter, the memorandum of understanding, and I will be voting in that manner.
Councilor Najin.
Just a couple of points. First, I believe tabling the motion effectively does kill it. So there's that. I personally don't know if we have enough code enforcement officers overall within our community. I certainly see in my neighborhood in particular, there is quite a bit of blight, quite a bit of structures that need attention. You know, within that space, you know, it takes staff to do so. One of the things that I thought when I realized what our current sanitarian does is that in a certain fashion, it feels like it's a mismanaged economic development tool, because, you know, if you could promote to prospective businesses that you'll have somebody who will actually walk you through the process of getting your business established and staying within the licensing of code. That's certainly something that there's 3 city health inspectors that are paid by the cities in the state. 2 are in Portland. Portland alone processes $1.5 billion worth of seafood. You know, so you think about like just the scope and size of the food service licensing within the city of Portland, and then you think of Lewiston, and you wonder, you know, where are all of our bed and breakfasts? Where are all our restaurants? Where are they? And I think part of that might be our economy, obviously, but you know, I just wanted to make note of those things, and I will be voting to table this agenda item indefinitely.
Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion that's on the floor?
Sure. Excuse me. The motion before you is the one that's printed in your book, labeled as number 2, to approve the letter to the state of Maine to terminate the agreement with the city to provide local inspections of food service establishments.
Thank you. Further comments from the council? And just to be clear, if
The motion on the table.
Yeah, the motion on the table is number 2. And if we're going to keep this position, we should vote no?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm in favor of keeping this position. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
Motion failed by vote of 0 to 7.
Agenda item number 7.
Item number 7, resolved to approve a supplement fiscal.
Wait, yeah, could I put a motion on the table to table this agenda item indefinitely, number 6?
We just dealt with 6.
We just voted on 6. We voted it down.
So it's just open?
Means we keep it.
Yeah, we're
maintaining the memorandum of understanding with the state.
not
We did
making any
vote to-
we're not making any changes.
Right.
Okay.
All set for number 7?
Number 7, please.
All right, item number 7, resolved to approve a supplement fiscal year '24 budget adjustment to rescind the funding for certified sanitation inspector code enforcement officer for the remainder of the fiscal year. Again, there are 2 potential items for requested action. 1 is to table the item indefinitely. 2 is to approve the resolve to approve a supplement fiscal year '24 budget adjustment to rescind the funding for certified sanitation inspector code enforcement officer for the remainder of the fiscal year.
And if it pleases the council, for continuity's sake, I would suggest we move option 2 and then vote it down. May I have a motion, please? Councilor Chittum.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I think that in this case, public comment has been made on agenda item number 6, and I think we can accomplish the same thing by tabling this item indefinitely. So that would be my motion.
I would second that.
We have a second. Further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6,
That would be yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 8.
Item number 8, authorizing the city administrator to enter into negotiations with abutters to dispose of a 10,000 square foot portion of 156 East Avenue abutting the rear of 256 Bartlett Street, subject to approval by the Lewiston School Committee. Requested action, be it ordered The city administrator is authorized to enter into negotiations with abutters to dispose of a 10,000 square foot portion of 156 East Avenue, abutting the rear of 265 Bartlett Street, subject to approval by the Lewiston School Committee.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Chindom, second by Counselor Gallant. If I can get, I believe Rilwan Osman is here, and Abdicator Nagay, if you can just come to the table here for questions. Or Lisa. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Administrator Hunter, will you be kicking off this agenda item?
Either that or they can kick it off either way. They can talk about what the project is, but at this point, this is a strip of land connected to Franklin pasture. The school committee has weighed in last night, so we do have that answer. That wasn't available when we printed the agenda binder, that the school committee has approved the release of this strip of land for this purpose. So at this point, it's a council decision on whether they want to move forward. It has received both planning board and finance committee approval.
Thank you. If you two can please introduce yourselves and then, yes, make a brief presentation if you would like. If you can move the microphones closer to you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Rilwan Osman. I'm the Director of Maine Immigrant and Refugee Services here in Lewiston.
I'm Lisa Day. I am the Director of Community Engagement at Maine Immigrant and Refugee Services.
Thank you, the Mayor and the City Council. We're here today. We sent a request to purchase a small land adjacent to our building. And one of the reasons is we have been having a lot of, we had a lot of parking issues in our building, and we had a lot of programs we provide in our community. We do mental health services to work with individuals suffering with mental health. We have employment services to help with individuals looking for employment. We do food distribution every Friday. That helps a lot of Lewiston residents in our community. And one of the challenges that we have seen is the space. So we requesting the City Council to approve a small land that will give us 23 additional parkings into our building, and also offices into our building. Currently, we have 9 offices. With this, obtaining or acquiring this office will help us get 25 additional offices in our building. We're working with Platts Associates, who helped us with the planning and the concept of this, and they will continue to work with us on with the planning and also development with that.
One of our major issues is at food distribution on Fridays. We have about 150 different families that come to get food from our food distribution. And when you total out the number of people that it serves, if you're including all the family members, that's about 800 people. So it clogs the parking lot. We have very few parking spaces right at the moment, and it would alleviate a lot of problems if we had more parking. The area is not serving any other purpose at the moment, and the school board has, of course, as you've heard, has no issue with us taking on that property. So it seems like it would be beneficial to everyone if we could have that space.
Thank you both. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had been under the impression that this was going to be acquired for parking, and I just heard you say that you're working with a local architect to add to your building. If you add to the building and create more office space, does not that expand your programming, which would be a good thing? Mm-hmm. I'm not arguing against that. But if the goal here is to alleviate an already crowded parking situation by buying 10,000 square feet upon which you're then going to build a building that would presumably create more parking, how does that resolve itself?
Yeah, we had that discussion with Adam, who with the Plus. He'd say that that plot will help us, will help create more parkings to, because we currently have only few parkings, less than 2 parkings. So this plot will give us 23 parkings. So with the additional expansion of the building, that will be enough, he said, for the new expansion of the building with that additional parkings.
Excuse me, and this would be going before the planning board, which of course would impose the ordinance required number of parking spaces for the expansion. I don't know whether the planning board would also consider the existing building or not. I'm not up on that. Perhaps Councilor Najin, who has experience in that regard, could weigh in on it. I'm in favor of this, but I would like to make certain that there is a survey. There's reference in our notes that a boundary survey would be borne at your cost, and I'd like to make certain that that survey is conducted, and I think Platts will need it for their work as well.
Yes, yeah, we had that conversation with the administrator, and we are willing to do that.
Thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Yeah, no. Councilor Najin.
Just answered Councilor Chittum, and to do it in a way that people can hear. The honest truth is, if it's a building modification, yes, it goes before planning board. If it's a new structure, it also goes before planning board. Regardless, it's going to most probably go before planning board, unless it's a small and not a major project, and then our development department will approve it. So.
Yeah, the question really was, will somebody be looking at the additional parking required by the expansion of the building?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I fully support this and appreciate the work that Mears is doing. We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Matthew Egrin, 209 East Avenue. I'm not opposed to the sale of this property, but I am concerned that we're selling it under value. Even the city assessor quoted $8,000 for a similar sized parcel that was sold to an abutter just last year. Also, have any of the other abutters in the area been interested in acquiring similar lots off us?
Good evening. My name is Melissa Haskins. I live on Pond Road in Lewiston. Thank you, councilors, for your time and energy. I'm here not just as a Mears employee in favor of the parking expansion, but also as a parent of young children in this community and a foster parent and a provider of mental health services for the past 16 years. Last October, WMTW reported about the abysmal wait lists for mental health services, reaching in over 1,000 for some programs and waiting months and months for urgently needed services. And just this past Sunday, the Sun Journal had an article on the threats to behavioral health services through the hospitals and their budget constraints. These services, specifically at the hospital, are often provided to main care recipients, which are the most underserved group. Mental health services, a lot of providers don't want to work with main care. Mears does work with main care. We also take insurance and offer a sliding scale fee. So currently, 100% of the recipients of mental health services at Mears are main care recipients. So we are providing a service that is very needed. I also want to just note that despite our name, the Maine Immigrant and Refugee Services, we do serve any Mainer, new or old. So whether you've been here for generations or you just moved here, we offer services to anyone. So this is not just for one population, it's for all Lewiston residents and Maine residents. We long to expand this service, but one of the limitations is, yes, space in buildings that hopefully will be to come, but also ensuring that it's accessible to clients and staff without infringing on near neighbors or frustrating people about parking up the street. So we're very conscious of that. And I feel that we could do both things, provide this needed service and address parking concerns by obtaining this land. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for everybody's time. My name is Hannah Conkin. I am the Youth Program Coordinator at Maine Immigrant and Refugee Services. And as we continue to rebuild and expand our programming, that requires the space and the capacity, the infrastructure to do that. And the Bartlett Street office that we have is well known and trusted in the community by youth and their parents, which is a really important part of connecting youth and their families into our programming and continuing to expand that. And so expanding the parking would be a big part of that, and also so that kids aren't crossing the road, because Bartlett can get really busy, and so just having a safe place to even just drop off the kids is like one of our top priorities. And we do a lot of work in Lewiston, obviously, with youth, like keeping them in programming and coordinate with like the juvenile justice, like keeping them out of the juvenile justice system and all sorts of those things. So we just want to focus on continuing to expand our programming to create safe spaces for youth of all ages and groups in our community. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Abdikadir Nagay, and I'm a resident of Lewiston and staff of Maine Immigrant and Refugee Services. I'm in support of Mayor's looking for that space to expand for its parking lot, which has been an issue. I'm aware of the parking issue has been a big problem in that area, so I think it will reduce the parking issues and also increase the safety. As you already know, that is a busy, sometimes like especially coming from that uphill, sometimes the cars coming down there could be coming like as more high speed and then no slow down or bumps down there. So I think having more space will more space for the parking will decrease the safety concerns and also the parking issue with our neighbors. One other thing that I just wanted to add is Mayor's has also have 48 staff that also increases the economic employment opportunity and also increases those mostly live locally and also increases the economic supporting job increase in Lewiston area. The other thing is also access to the office, and the parking also increases the serving the community, producing all the issues like I mentioned, and able to serve more people that wanted to or that are looking for services within Maine Immigrant Services. So I support that having that space in order is to serve more people in the community, as the presentation was also discussed, that the need of the space is also to increase like serving more people is very high demand that we have. I think having more spaces will increase having more services and serving more people as well. Thank you.
So I'm here, Elizabeth Eames, Ward 3, and I'm the Ward 3 representative to the school committee, and last night we did discuss the land and the fact that this particular parcel of land has no other utility. It's hemmed in by so many swampy things, and there's also the footpath behind the school. So it would be a very good use of a parcel of land that has no other utility. So I just wanted to be clear. So because there was that question, and maybe you all also had that question about whether there was somebody else who was losing out because this was happening, but it's actually a perfect use. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Eames brings up a good point, and in the notation it says that screening of this from the trail behind it is part of the motion, but it's actually not part of the motion. I'd like to make certain that there will be screening put up between the parking lot and the walking trail. And I don't know that that's going to kill this project, but I'd like to make certain that when Platts puts its site plan together and when the planning board reviews this, that there be adequate screening between the parking lot and the Franklin Pastures recreational area and the trail behind it.
Councilor Najin.
I believe it's just required for a buffer, and I'm not even sure if it's required for a sidewalk, but I'm just thinking about the other buildings that are there, and from the boarding home, mail lots, I can't think of anybody who has a screen on their back, on their back parking, so it's actually, this is a challenge that I see at the Civic Center in particular, or the Colisée, because they've put a fence up around the parking lot. They've actually made it so that folks can't travel from neighborhoods through areas. And so it's just, I'm not saying that everybody should just cut through everybody's space all the time, but there's a point there in which the freedom of movement and just the lack of anything around it, I don't necessarily think really necessitates a screen, but that's just my opinion.
Councilor Chittum.
Screening can be accomplished by trees as well, which allow movement back and forth. It's a visual screen. I appreciate the comment that other buildings don't have it, but I am looking at our information packet, which says the motion included a recommendation that there be screening of the proposed parking from the park trail. So I'm merely highlighting that and suggesting that it doesn't need to be a chain link fence with plastic interweaving, that selected trees can be an effective screen as well.
Is Planner Norton still here, or is she? So the way I hear that, maybe Administrator Hunter, if you can weigh in, the way I hear that is a recommendation, not a requirement.
That was my understanding as well.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, I mean, I am not in favor of adding any other encumbrances to this agenda item or motion or anything of that nature. Councilor Najin?
I would also suggest possibly, if you were to consider some trees, I think the tree bait program still exists, is that correct? Yep. Also, we have a great organization that works with our community, Retree Us, that did a lot of work on Upper Franklin Pastures. So if you're interested in putting in something that would be a beautification project, I'm always for more trees, for sure. So.
I like peaches.
Come projectiles.
Further comment from the council? Anything else?
No, thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you both. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much.
Agenda item number 9.
Item 9, resolve accepting and appropriating $248,000 from the Heads Up Pedestrian Safety Project funding from the Maine Department of Transportation. Requested action to approve the resolve accepting and appropriating $248,000 from the Heads Up Pedestrian Safety Project funding from the Maine Department of Transportation.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum, second by
Second.
Councilor Sol. Director, if you could please kick us off.
Thank you. Good evening. Kevin Gagne, Director of Public Works. This is a project by project. From what I understand, this is our 6th Heads Up project. It's been going on since 2016. This project is looking at the intersection with Central Ave and Vale. And Heads Up projects are specific to improving pedestrian safety. So that's what we'd be looking to do here, do some bump outs, improved crosswalks, possible some signalization to be able to improve kids walking to the middle school and other pedestrians in the area. So this is the first step to accept the DOT money. It's initial phase. We just have an area of project, and this would accept the rest of the DOT money It's on a 24, 25, 26 work plan for MDOT, and what they're looking for tonight is your approval of this type of project and setting the funds aside to move forward.
Thank you. Discussion, comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Anything else, Director Gagne? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 6?
Yes, may
Or
I
do-
ask that the counselor from Ward 7 be counted out of order?
Sure. Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Word 4?
Can I hold off a little bit? Yeah. Can I make this long? Yes. Yes. Why? Yes.
Word 5?
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
And Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, everybody. Agenda item number 10.
Item number 10, resolve authorizing the city of Lewiston to become a community resilient partner and to apply for a $50,000 community resilience partnership grant, and if awarded, accept and appropriate the grant funding. Requested action, to approve the resolve authorizing the city of Lewiston to become a community resilience partner and to apply for a $50,000 community resilience partnership grant, and if awarded, accept and appropriate the grant funding.
May I have a motion, motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Roy. And Jacqueline, if you could please kick us off.
Great, thank you very much. This is a no-match grant opportunity for the city of Lewiston to receive $50,000. Speaking of trees, it is about increasing our tree canopy as well as improvements to some of our public lands.
And there we go. Questions, comments from the council? Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. It says in the background material, there's $6,000 for engagement materials and translation services. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, this is about not just planting trees, but about having ownership of these trees and having a sense of place in our community. So it is about community engagement on what these trees are, what is a natural habitat, what is a designed habitat in our urban environment, and that will allow us to have more of a sense of place among our community residents. That requires translation, and we don't know exactly where this is going to go because we're working with community partners and community residents to see what kind of education do we want. Is it with families? Is it with children alone? But the idea is to engage people in not only the built environment, but our natural environment here as well.
Councilor Chittum.
I'm all in favor of that. Does this mean signage, or is this programming?
Programming, yes, this is programming. We have talked about the idea of perhaps having something of, not so much of a plaque, but something that names what the tree is. This is an oak. This is, our tree street. The program is called, the grant proposal will be called, if approved, bringing the trees back to the tree streets. So the idea is to say that, education around that. But what that looks like, I don't know exactly. These are just ideas.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Najin.
I think this is great. One of the things that we had considered at Androscoggin Land Trust was to place some signage at Rancourt Preserve that would specifically list trees in several different languages, including indigenous Abenaki, and to rotate the positioning of the language top through, so that it's one of those things that ultimately, when you see signage in your native language, you do feel that it's a space for you. And just a thought. If I know you're talking about programming, but depends on how expensive some signage could be. Just want to kind of throw that out there.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. As somebody who lives in the tree streets and keeps seeing trees being cut down, I'm certainly in favor of this. As many people know, the tree canopy provides benefits other than just being able to look at nice trees. You get shade, which reduces the temperature, can save on cooling as well. So I'm fully in favor of this.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is a no-brainer. Like, we should have the ability to accept free money, so. Councilor Chittum?
Yes, in addition to Councilor Harriman's, don't forget, trees also take up carbon dioxide. I also want to mention that Brunswick has a tree tour, a walking tree tour. They have pamphlets that they published 2 decades ago that highlight specific trees on a walking tour. That may be something for consideration.
Thank you.
Back to you, Councilor Najin.
Just and I'm sorry this is getting so derailed, but the Bates students have been working with the Lewiston Auburn Community Forest Board to identify with a map prominent trees within the community. Maybe that can eventually turn into something. I just wanted to mention in this section here that the Tree Street neighborhood tree canopy, super important. So is my neighborhoods. So when we think about, we had already gone over the public works budget, but maybe we could put on the parking lot some funding to replace some of the massive trees that have been cut down in some of the established neighborhoods as well. So.
Councilor Soul.
I just wanted to say that I agree with you, John. I had 2 massive trees cut down from in front of my house. Apparently they were destroying the road, but they never put them back, and it changed the entire front of my house. So I would love to see that go a little further out as well. So.
Anything further, Jacqueline?
Nope, I don't think so, unless there's other questions or any more information I can provide.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Have a wonderful evening. Item number 11.
Item number 11, resolve supporting the passage of LD 2224 in the Maine legislature. Requested action to approve the resolve that the city of Lewiston supports passage of LD 2224 as drafted and transmits the action taken to the 5 members of the Lewiston legislative delegation and to the 14 members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Chittum, seconded by Councilor Harriman. Discussion? Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to either have a friendly amendment or a formal amendment to make 3 corrections. In the 4th paragraph, I would appreciate it, and this is my fault. I misspelled Representative Cloutier's name. It should be Kristen, not Kristin. In the next 2 paragraphs above the bottom would provide direct benefit to the city of Lewiston. And the final paragraph has the greatest correction. Be it further resolved that this action be transmitted to the 10 members of the legislative leadership in both the Maine House of Representatives and the Maine Senate, the 14 members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary, and the 5 members of the Lewiston legislative delegation. Thank you.
I'm also wondering, since we're talking about names, if we should use, instead of Peggy, substitute Margaret in this official.
Well, the presenter of the bill is Senator Rotundo, and Representative Cloutier is a sponsor of the bill.
Yes, no, I understand, but Senator Rotundo's first name is in fact Margaret.
Well. That's, okay, absolutely.
I would accept those friendly amendments if we've caught all those.
I think they're non-substantive in nature, so yes. But in fact, it was Harriman who seconded it. Are you okay with these being
Yes.
friendly amendments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to start out with saying I'm expressing my opposition to LD 2224 as an act of strength, public safety by improving Maine's firearm laws and mental health system. This bill uses the vague term recklessly, should you look it up in a dictionary, with respect to firearm sales. This is a subjective term which is undefined and therefore open to abuse. LD 224 also raises the penalty to a Class C felony for violation of the conditions for selling firearm. It has never been necessary in the entire history of the state of Maine to charge a person with a felony for the act of selling their own property. But now it is proposed that the penalty would be part of the solution in fighting crime. How? LD 224 also allows that it calls reasonable fees to be charged for the very background checks that this bill claims to be as a solution to gun violence. Why doesn't the state of Maine pay for the background checks if the background checks are so important and actually valuable? Is there any other civil right that first requires a person to pay a government-mandated fee before they can exercise their rights? Except for the mental health aspect of LD 224, the new firearm regulations proposed will do little to prevent crime while imposing the threat of felony charges and the imposition of unconstitutional, unfunded mandates, like those we see in the school department, to access a civil right. LD 224 ought not to pass. Why are we wasting time on this bill when we all know the problem is mental health? You scratch the front part of this bill, and maybe we could get some good progress. This bill does not address what happened in Lewiston. So anyone out there thinks it does, he did everything legal. This bill would not affect him one bit or one anything in this situation. It only hinders the right of individuals to sell firearms to their neighbor or to a friend. Did you know that twice as many people were killed in automobile accidents than were killed with guns? So maybe we should mandate that automobile sales, friend to friend, should have the same requirements. I think that'd be right. You want to sell your car, you got to go ahead and get permission from the state, pay a fee, and sell it to your neighbor. That's what they're asking us to do by taking away our rights. So I will not vote in favor of this thing. Thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just wanted to state that I'm fully in support of this. Personally, I don't feel like the bill goes far enough, but it's a step in the right direction. I went to Augusta when they had the public hearing on this, and I think I was somewhere around 90 out of 100 people who were signed up to speak. I ended up having to come back for a city council meeting because I wasn't able to speak in time. But I think it takes important steps to ensure our safety, and I'm fully in support.
Councilor Najin.
I just would like to state that I have bought a car from a friend, and then I had to register it, inspect it, and insure it. That's something I certainly don't need to do with a firearm in the state of Maine. So that's all I want to say.
We're now going to public comment for this agenda item.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. Well, I'm going to start off, I was expecting more people to still be here at this point when I saw this on the agenda, but I'm going to take a different approach. What this bill is, it's an omnibus bill. It's trying to do, taking many, many things from the governor's office. Let's get that fact straight. This is the governor's bill introduced by Senator Rotundo and Representative Crudy, among others. I was going to say, it's omnibus, as we see down in Congress, is not an effective tool to do anything. They wait until December to change the tax laws for the next year. That doesn't do any favors. Section 4, which would provide programming through the Department of Health and Human Services. Now, should we be throwing good money after bad? Because we're all aware of all the issues, especially with the Office of Family Services, as you know, Mr. Agron has elegantly voted many editorials and advocated on behalf of. And unfortunately, the legislative committee saw fit to kill overwhelmingly Senator Timberlake's bill to reorganize the executive branch in this matter. The LD does not align with committee testimony, and this is in regard to the crisis receiving centers. It would only create one, which it still has to get through the appropriations table, which is going to be a point I'll get to later. Although multiple testimony talks about a network, including, I think, Representative Coutier's testimony on the bill. And then to the council president's point, yeah, 90 of 450-something written testimony was actually submitted on this. I was going to say, we all know that mental health care and substance use disorder treatment wholly unrelated to violence is needed. I was going to say, to Representative Crudier's point in her testimony, we should actually have a network. I was going to say, the Sportsman Alliance of Maine has stated this. The Maine chapter of the ACLU has also stated this. And then we get to the other multiple sections about increasing criminal penalties will only further mass incarcerations. Androscoggin County, the county jail. There was a funded, rated capacity number. I'm trying to remember this from back in the day. One of those numbers is 140.
That's time, thank you.
Excuse me, that was not 3 minutes.
It most certainly was 3 minutes. Thank you. Feel free to email your comments to publiccomment@lewistonmaine.gov.
Matthew Agron, 209 East Avenue. To our counselors who proposed this, can any of you explain how LD 224 would have stopped the senseless violence that occurred in our city on October 25th? You can't, because it doesn't. Nothing in there would have stopped what happened. Yes, the mental health would be wonderful if they would use the existing laws for the yellow flag law. They did it. Nowhere was it done. All this is an overreach bill that is not going to help anything. It's a feel-good bill. By taking away people's rights to firearms, who legally have the right to them, we have the right in our Constitution. We went to war with Britain. Why? Because we held our own firearms. We went to war with ourselves. Why? Because we had our own firearms. We have the right to our own firearms. We have the right to buy them. You buy them from a dealership. You buy them from your uncle. Hell, in the state of Maine, do you know how many weapons don't even have a background to them anymore? I know people who have had weapons in their family for 4 generations. There is no record of these weapons. You would never find them on any book. This is not going to fix anything. Yes, mental health help is needed. But this is an overreach trying to combine too many things into one bill. We should not be supporting this. We should be going out and supporting mental health issues, bringing in more mental health staff. Thank you very much for your time.
Further public comment? And back to the council. Yeah, I was a guest of the governor's during State of the State when she talked about this during her speech. And yes, I mean, these are common sense measures that, still respect the right of gun owners in Maine and just make really good sense. I fully support this resolution. Councilor Najin?
Maine's gun laws are actually some of the loosest in the country. The state of New Hampshire, who is noted for their live free or die position and their growing libertarian sentiment, have more restrictions than we do on firearms. We actually export firearms both legally and illegally throughout the country. And I don't think that anybody should lose their right to own a firearm who can legally have it, but I certainly think that the portions that were put forward in LD 2224 actually answer maybe not what happened on October 25th, but certainly what does happen on a regular basis in our community. And so I'm fully in support.
Further discussion among the councilors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Excuse me, Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 4-3.
Agenda item number 12.
Item number 12, presentation and review of the city ordinance regarding the accessibility of the Franklin Pasture Athletic Complex. Requested action to discuss and provide direction on any needed amendments to the City of Lewiston Ordinance, Chapter 54, Section 54-7, regarding the Franklin Pasture Athletic Complex.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Gallant. And Director Welsh, please kick us off.
Sure. So this space is just held for us to revisit some of the changes that were made in the athletic use policy from last year, and to give you an update on what recreation is planning to do in the next year to make sure that there's still equitable access to those facilities. So there was a letter forwarded from Superintendent Jake Langley. He unfortunately couldn't be here today to speak on his behalf. I'm not sure if you've all had a chance to check your email, but I do have that here if you want me to read it so we can add it to discussion. But I did want to review some of the reasons that city staff and the school were in support of making the change. The wording changed from the facility being open for drop-in opportunities throughout the week to only being accessible by being a part of a school activity, being part of a recreation program, or part of a rental. And I'm just going to review some of the reasons why that recommendation was changed. If you have questions specifically about the facility cost, facility use, Megan Bates, Deputy Director of Public Works, is here. She oversees the open spaces, and she can take those questions if you have those. So the access specifically was for Franklin Pasture, including the Joe DeShane's baseball field, Donru football field, and the championship track. So I have a couple of examples of why we landed on the recommendation. The first one was theft. High school athletic equipment was being stolen. For example, the field hockey net wheels, the home base off the Joe DeShane baseball field, which is a specialty made item, that was dug up and removed and stolen. Goals were mysteriously being moved around the complex at all hours of the day and night, and that was just creating more work for our public works team to kind of figure out and navigate those challenges. There was a lot of vandalism that was happening at Franklin Pasture, specifically to porta potties. There was holes that were cut in the backstop netting, burn marks on the turf. Dugouts and speakers were being destroyed by people kicking balls off of the front of the building. So if you go there now, you can see the siding and the speakers are falling off of the buildings over there. There's a video of a child walking on top of a goal, which is an extreme safety concern for a lot of us. So those are, again, just some of the examples of vandalism. And there was also the concession stand incident that happened last year as well, where people got into the concession stand. I'm not sure if you saw the pictures, but they ruined a lot of the inventory for boosters, and, you know, it was a potential threat to a lot of the infrastructure we have in that building. Next is the amount of trash that was at the facility, and it's not so much directed to trash that accumulates during a Friday night football game or if there's a rental. It's more the trash that's left behind if groups of people use the facility without permission first at the facility. For example, if the facility is unlocked and there's a group of 30 kids who decide to go and use the facility in the middle of the daytime, they leave trash behind, clothing, backpack, computers, whatever they have with them. And obviously we want to make sure those items get back to those kids. But if we have a rental the next day, or if there's a baseball practice or football practice, that's more work on the Public Works crew and on Jason Fuller and his staff. So instead of being aware of what they need to be doing, like getting ready for a game or a special event, they have to go back in and take care of these things. Other rising concerns last year were drugs, needles, and other biohazards being left at various areas of the facility. And lastly, there were a number of groups that were not following the city policy. Some are, again, just community members looking to play games, which is fine. But then there are actual organizations who weren't contacting the recreation department to secure those fields. So those were the kind of main reasons of why those recommendations were being made. So when we made the recommendation to limit the use of the facility to school recreation and rentals only, it helps take off a lot of the strain of the facility, and specifically to city and school staff time and resources. Policies and rules, we hope people are going to follow them all the time. It doesn't necessarily happen. So that's why we're recommending that if we're going to be opening the facilities, we need to have some sort of authoritative figure that can make sure that things are being used safely, positive, behaviors are being encouraged, and that way we also have somebody we can call if there's any kind of concern that's happening. To kind of help combat that, we pitched the idea of the community sports aid. That person came on with us in early January. And right now we're looking for volunteers that can help facilitate some free drop-in opportunities. We have worked with a couple of people already, specifically Mo Khalid from Goals Galore and Omar Hassan from United Youth Empowerment Services. They do a lot with the adults of the community and the youth, and they both agreed to come on board and try to help start off with some soccer opportunities to make sure that the kids have options this summer. So.
Do you mind reading Superintendent Langless' email?
Yep, sure. So this is Jake Langless. Hello, I'm unable to attend tonight, but I want to share that we remain concerned about the field and access. To use facilities like the ones behind the high school and other communities, access needs to be granted. With a path that goes through, we see a lot of traffic. When the gates are closed off for hours, we have much less traffic. In addition, we have seen much less damage to the fields, buildings, and less trash blowing around when we close the gates and monitor them. Having procedures in place for supervised access and use is important in my opinion. Most know that I am a supporter of the fields being in use. There are multiple fields available within walking distances that include McGraw Field on Bartlett, the large field next to Connors, Powell behind the middle school, etc. There are fields available. One thing shared last year in the discussions was how Ingersoll is used a lot in Auburn. This is a paid rental that also requires supervision. I would be interested in how that could be used in our fields in a similar way. At a minimum, if we're not going to use some sort of structure to ensure rentals with supervision and closing the park at night, we should consider some kind of appropriation for response to messes or damage. This often falls on school staff and rec leadership rushing to get things ready for events, etc. Sincerely, Jake.
So I don't know if I'm like a little confused or it's just getting late at night. So I thought the plan was, yes, we recognize that the vandalism has to stop and we need to have a plan going forward. And I thought the plan going forward was the, what's the title of this position?
Community sports aid.
Yes, and they were going to organize all of this supervision, plan, structure, whatever that looks like. Am I missing something?
Yep, it was, we had a quick email circulating. I think, Council President, you wanted a little update and a chance to talk about the policy. So that's what this space is kind of for us to hear your feedback if there are other changes or ideas that any of you wanted to see as far as how this policy is implemented in its inaugural season.
Am I to assume that this community sports aid is not working on what they were hired to do, or?
Nope, they're doing exactly what they were hired to do.
Which was what?
We're waiting for the spring and summer schedules from Jason Fuller, the athletic director, and once we have those, we're going to be scheduling specific timelines for youth and adults to use the facility for soccer, kickball, et cetera, et cetera. And like I said, we've already started working on recruiting those volunteers, and we're also going to use some rec staff as needed to go and help unlock gates, set up soccer goals, and also help get the word out to downtown communities who might want to take advantage of that. I've talked to actually Hannah, who was here for Mears earlier. I know she said she'd be very interested in posting those public opportunities so that way the kids know, okay, every Thursday at 11 o'clock at Joe DeShane's, we know there's 2 hours of soccer pickup, and we know that somebody's going to be there from the community for an adult to make sure that, I'm safe, the facility is safe, and that they're kind of building good habits.
Perfect. Okay. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this back in front of us. So I know that the vandalism has been an issue, the burglary of the snack shack. When has that activity taken place?
It took place last summer. Do you mean like as far as what time of day?
Yeah, time of day.
I believe the concession stand was overnight. There's not cameras there, so we can't be sure when all the other vandalism or theft had happened. During the summer, the gates and everything are wide open. Jason isn't at the fields, I'm not in the fields. There are a lot of youth that go out there. There's a lot of people who go out there and respectively use the facility. I'm definitely not saying that's not happening. But in the long run, because the facility isn't being staffed and overseen appropriately, we are seeing these negative behaviors.
I'm just wondering, if the things are happening at night, then what's the point of closing up the park? If things aren't, like, I went over there for a cleanup one morning that was organized. The gate was locked, even though there was a cleanup organized, so I just jumped over the fence. And, I'm not the most athletic person. I'm sure teenagers could do that more easily than I could, so I'm just not sure how, if people are getting in at night and vandalizing things, how it's helpful to just close it.
Yeah, I'm
If
sorry.
if I may for a second, and don't let Scott fool you, he bikes all over town. But, yeah, so, sorry, Director Welsh, if I may. So everything you described happened last summer and fall, right? And necessitated the closure of the fields that then we hired the community sports aid?
Yes.
Yes, and then, because I think we all agreed at the time that vandalism was horrendous and it was overworking Director Fuller and everything else. And then the plan was to hire the community sports aid to then develop a plan to open up the fields with supervision.
Yes,
Right. Yeah, and that process is ongoing, it sounds like.
it is.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
I'm still, I guess, confused why we're talking about this, but. Administrator Hunter?
I just want to clarify, are you still locking the gates at night?
Right now, you might be able to speak to that. So we're kind of transitioning out of winter operations.
Hello, I'm Megan Bates, Deputy for Maintenance and Operations for Public Works. I understand that they are, by school staff, being locked at night. Not all the vandalism is occurring at night. Oftentimes, it's individuals that are playing sports that bring their younger siblings, and those the children aren't being watched, and they're the ones that are doing things such as taking those small rocks from underneath the fence line and bringing them onto the artificial turf and making like little fairy houses, and they might get onto some of the other equipment, and they're just not being watched. It's just a very unsafe situation, and also harming the artificial turf.
Yes, I understand the drainage rocks. And so, right, the fields are still closed until we get this plan together, right?
Nicole, is the intention to keep it closed at all times unless you have community play hours scheduled?
Yes.
I think that's the question.
Right, yeah, and I mean, I think we all agreed at the time that it was going to be difficult to open up the fields without supervision. And that's why we hired the sports aide to, drum up community sport and so on and so forth.
But it's still going to be scheduled times.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that was the concern that Council Harriman had, is that once it would happen, they would be open and more so than just scheduled times. Is that fair to say, Councilor?
Yes, I'm just concerned that there isn't going to be enough bandwidth with one staff member to be able to supervise the fields, at all times that people need to use them.
Yeah, and that's why part of the goal is to develop a volunteer program. He's actually already kind of coined it as volunteer forward, and he's already his name's Kevin Beam. Kevin is already connected with other community leaders that are interested in helping to oversee these times.
Yeah, and I guess I did not envision, is it Kevin?
Yes.
Yeah, so I did not envision the community sports aide, Kevin, to, watch the field the whole time, but to organize volunteers and get it open as much as possible. Like, I mean, I will think that this was a complete failure if we've hired a community sports aide and we've got the fields open a grand total of 2 hours per week.
Yes, and that's not the intent at all.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would love to, round up as many volunteers as possible and open it as many hours as possible.
I agree. Yeah.
Sorry, Councilor Harriman, was that your concern that there would not be enough open hours?
Yes, especially, it seems like it's pretty well used in the evening after school. I realize that there are sports teams that will need to use it at certain times, but it does seem that there's a fair amount, or has been a fair amount of use, just informal use in the evenings. During the summer, could be at any time during the day.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this.
Sorry, you can.
Oh, sorry. Yes, if I may. So the whole reason for this position, I realize that there can be job description creep and everything else, and you hire one employee for one thing, and next thing you know, they're doing 20 different things. The whole reason for this position was to get these fields back open with supervision, and that should be his sole purpose every hour that he's there.
Yep. His goal is to offer and oversee free programming for the community. Like right now, I can't see right now, in January and February, because the turf isn't open, he is helping to oversee our basketball programs. As I talked about at the budget committee meeting earlier, we do have to generate revenue to pay for potentially all of the position. So having him work in our department helps offset part-time man hours. So that position, again, it needs to generate some sort of revenue to offset itself. But yes, once March to November, that's the goal. It's scheduling the field, is making sure that the field's open, however, whenever possible. But I just want to make sure. Spring sports, sometimes practices and games, and even fall sports and such, like you can have things on those fields happening till 9 or 10 o'clock, and I'm not sure that scheduling a pickup game at 10 o'clock on the turf on a Wednesday night is going to be the best use of volunteer hours and time and such. So I think if the community is looking for specific programs, activities, time slots, if they're willing to help oversee a program, please reach out to either myself or anybody at the Recreation Department. I see this plan operating very similarly to how the Armory is operating. We have a variety of paid-for programs, rental programs, and free opportunities. And a lot of the free opportunities, they're all volunteer-led. Our soccer program, t-ball program, basketball program, it's all volunteer-led opportunities. And I feel like there's a lot of passionate people out there would also oversee and help step up to make sure these volunteer free programs on the turf in the fair weather seasons can get off and running.
So the goal was to hire him, I mean, I remember our conversations at the time. I was here then, and the goal was to hire him so that way he could have some time to get this volunteer thing up to speed. But in fact, now we're finding out that he's helping out with basketball?
Nope, he's still doing all of that. Everything is on schedule as planned.
Okay.
To be able to open up programs as soon as we're able to. We just got the high school schedule, I think, early last week. Right now, there's a Ramadan tournament that's happening on the turf. That might have been some of the programming that you had seen. So there is some other community programming that's already happening on the turf right now. And now that we have that spring schedule for the high school sports and we have the rec schedule, then we can start plugging in some opportunities for free play.
Right. And I mean, I would argue, for no limitations. I mean, if we have a robust volunteer program and we have a trusted volunteer who is like, yeah, I mean, I can open up the fields from 9 to 11, then I mean, I don't really see a problem with that.
Yeah, like 9 a.m. to 11 p.m.? Or 9 a.m.
No,
to 11
I mean, to take the slot, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. or something like that.
If you have a volunteer that wants to work 11 hours, you send them my way. That sounds amazing. I love that. Yep.
No, we will drum up just such a person. But I guess part of and this is, sorry, what I keep going back to, this is actually the community sports aid's job to drum up this and to find volunteers. Am I missing something?
Nope, you are correct.
Okay, so yeah, I hope we are allowing him to do that.
Yep.
Okay. I've said enough. Further comments from the council? Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I simply want to go on record as saying that I want as many people to enjoy all of these facilities as much as possible. I recognize there are limitations with vandalism and thievery and damage to property and so on. Some of that is part and parcel of having public property. It can be excessive, but I think the overriding goal should be to provide these facilities for as many people for as many hours a day as possible.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. If I could pivot a little bit to another part of this policy. So one of the other things that was changed last year was that Jude's Place and Mike McGraw Park, the closing time was set to 7 p.m., whereas most of our parks are 9 p.m. And I was, especially if Mike McGraw Park is going to be pitched as an alternative to these fields, to the Franklin Athletic Complex fields, I don't think 7 o'clock is a reasonable time to be closing them. So I don't know if we could push those times back to 9 p.m. for those two locations.
I would recommend to keep the hours where the park would be open from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. At Jude's Place, simply because of some of the behaviors that have been occurring in that park after 7 p.m. The issues that were going on over at Franklin Pasture, once there were individuals there that were kind of shutting some of the misbehavior down, that crowd was just moving over to Jude's Place. And that's why we decided to close it at 7 p.m. Now, as far as Mike McGraw Park, we could move that back to 9 p.m. and try that to see how that works.
Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it possible to get cameras? I mean, I know we're in the budget process, but maybe a couple key cameras in key locations would then give you the ammunition you need to know if we can be open till 9, 7, just to make things happen. I mean, we must have power out there. We have Wi-Fi type cameras like rings that go everywhere. Is that a possibility to look into?
We have a lot of cameras throughout the city. One of the challenges is someone to monitor. those cameras, as well as not really being able to identify people well. So we put the cameras up. I think it's a feel-good thing, but it's really it's not ideal to really identify people.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Najin.
Pertaining to the specific section 54.7, I have no issue technically, but I do think that, and we can resurface this at a different time, but ultimately I think that any city park should be open from dawn till dusk regardless. I think setting times that are arbitrary, like 9 p.m. It doesn't mean anything on June 21st when people will still be in Sunnyside Park playing basketball at 9:30, or on December 21st when no one should be in that park at 9 p.m. And so, I think basically any park with lights should probably be open until quiet hours, and any park without should probably be open dawn till dusk, just my opinion. And looking at the guidelines around alcohol being prohibited in parks and other substances, it brings to light an important point and a sticking point in my community. In my neighborhood, I would love to simply move the needle box from the front of the park it can go right next to the trash can, right near the park, just not in the park. Because, technically, if you're going to put a needle in the box, you're breaking the rule. It doesn't matter, it can be present, it just shouldn't be like the first thing you see when you walk into my park. Just my thought. But again, we can bring that up at a different time.
Councilor Chittum.
Councilor Najin, you stole my thunder. I think the dawn to dusk makes a lot of sense. It's done elsewhere in all over the state. It avoids all of the patchwork. Who's enforcing these? And this park is 7. No, that one's 9 o'clock. Dawn to dusk, I think, is an ideal solution. Applies everywhere, except perhaps with the tennis courts where there are lights.
Since we're talking about parks, is Kennedy Park still open till 10?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I guess I would just, I understand there have been behavioral issues at Jude's place, but, who's responding to that? Shouldn't the behaviors be addressed rather than just closing facilities to everybody because of a few people? Where are the police?
I'm sure that they would like to be there, but there are other, challenges around the city. So to have them there as often as what they're needed during certain times of the year is it's a challenge. So Public Works goes in there, we clean up each night. But whether or not, this is after the fact that we discover this the following morning when we pick up.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It's just, there are people doing inappropriate things all over the city, and it just seems like we should address those behaviors rather than just closing off public goods to everybody.
In this case, Jude's place is an accessible playground, and the equipment there is specialized, for our residents that need it, and I'm not sure that the residents who need an accessible playground are going to be there at 9 or 10 at night, and so I kind of want to keep. I'm concerned about that park, and if we have a robust, going back to our community sports aid, if we have a robust volunteer program and there's field access right around the corner, I think that's what we need to be focusing on. Councilor Najin.
Just to follow up on both points. One, Jude's place is not actually secure anyways. So when you say you close it, you're just like, it's closed. But people could still go there. So that comes back to the supports within the community around these amenities, getting people to actually watch the spaces that are part of the benefit of living in a particular neighborhood, and reporting actions when you see them. That's one piece. And to answer Councilor Harriman's point, if you don't report when you see activities that are unsavory, nobody knows about them. So, it's just one of those things.
Madam Clerk, have we been to public comment for this agenda item?
We have not.
We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item. And public comment is now closed. Back to the council. Councilor Chittum.
My understanding is there's no action required on this. This is simply a point for discussion, and I think we've had our discussion. Several members of the council have let their feelings be known, and I just question whether or not Director Welch and has the information, has the direction that she's seeking.
Yep, it feels like we're just gonna try to schedule as much time on the turf as, as much as possible. And hopefully, when we get to September, we can kind of show that we've had some good hours, good volunteer opportunities, hopefully show the success, so we can plan on giving a report once we get to the end of the summer, early fall, so you guys can see how that went.
Okay. And if we have residents who want to sign up as volunteers, like how does that work? Is there like a special webpage for this? Or?
Yep, they can go to lewistonrecreation.com, and
Okay.
we have a volunteer button right on the front page.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Is that where they also donate to the scholarship fund?
That's great. Yes, it is. Thank you for asking.
And then, so I guess that concludes agenda item number 12. And before we move, sorry, did you have something, Administrator?
Just real quick, a couple of you mentioned changing the hours for McGraw and Jude's Place to dusk to dawn. Is that something you want to bring back on an agenda, just for clarification?
I mean, I'm not in favor because, we have specialized playground equipment there that it's really been abused. It's not your typical park. And so, yeah. But, Councilor Nietzsche.
Just as a point, it wasn't just those two parks. I think it was, the concept was that possibly we would have parks without lights open from dawn till dusk. I believe was what at least a couple of us were trying to say.
And just to be clear, yes, I'm generally supportive of that. I'm just concerned about Jude's Park.
Jude's Park is not locked. There's no way to prevent people from going in there. And without having supports from the community or hiring somebody from Public Works or a police officer, we really don't have any mechanism in which to do it, but dark is clear. And so if you're in the park after dark, that's clear. Like,
I see your point. Councilor Glant.
Quick question is, how do we close the parks at night? Does someone go there and verify at 9 o'clock, close gates? Are we setting up a problem where we have to have somebody at 9:10, tomorrow night 9:15, and the next night, let's have some common sense involved here. If it's got a locked park, somebody going at the same time every day makes sense. If they have a schedule and they have other jobs to do, we're gonna have somebody sit out there in a car and watch the sun go down and decide to go lock it. I mean, do we lock them consistently? How does that work?
I mean, I don't really think any of our parks can. I mean, we've just been talking about locking Jude's Place, but I don't think any of our parks
That's
can
what I'm
be
asking.
locked.
If we can't lock them, then dawn to dusk I would support. But if we have a system in place where someone's checking them at a certain time, based on their work schedule, that could make things complicated.
For the parks, we do not have that.
Thank you. That's
You're
all.
welcome.
I just want to make sure that some guy's not going to sit in his car for 25 minutes waiting to get dark.
I nominate you. Okay. Yeah, I think. All right, Director Welsh, are we good?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And then we still have quite a few agenda items to go, and I would, if it pleases council, if we could take a brief 5-minute recess.
That's fine, but before we do, I would like to have this brought back for an ordinance amendment. At least 2 of us are in favor of changing the times.
Let's put it on the agenda. All right, and we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess.
How about a long 5-minute recess?
Where's our Madam Clerk?
Oh, yeah, she'll say the agenda item, and then you go.
And we're back. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 12. No. 13. Sorry.
13.
Yes, 13. And Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I believe we're at item number 13.
Item number 13, presentation of the city personnel policy amendment for consideration of flexible work arrangements. Requested action to discuss and provide direction on any needed amendments to the city's personnel policies as it relates to flexible work arrangements.
If you two could please, we don't, are we taking a motion? Yeah. If you two can please introduce yourselves and then please proceed.
Heather Terrio, I'm the HR director.
Brian O'Malley, I'm the deputy city administrator.
So I have two different proposals that I'd like to bring about tonight. The first one is to discuss a remote policy. So what the city is looking to do is really provide flexibility for employees' scheduling. We feel this will provide them a better work-life balance, and we'll be able to use it for a recruitment and retention tool. So this year alone, we've had 3 people leave due to lack of flexibility, and we've had a number of applicants turn down positions because we didn't have any remote capability. So the first graph in front of you is the municipal survey that I did of who was doing remote work in some capacity. And as you can see, the majority of them are doing something, including Auburn, Biddeford, and Augusta. And of those that said no, most of them are in the same situation as us and having those discussions.
I'm sorry, by which you mean that they're also having the discussions
Yes.
that we are now,
Yes.
that they're looking at? Okay.
We're seeing the remote policy at these other municipalities that, is hindering our ability when we're trying to hire or retain people. They're saying, well, I've got a better, job opportunity because they offer me remote. It isn't even really coming down to the pay. It's coming down to that work-life balance, which since COVID has become, the forefront for many, many people.
So inside the packet was the remote policy for you to review. So if we were to implement this remote policy, the first thing that we would do is formally bring the policy to council for approval at a later date. Then we would have to meet with the unions and discuss with the department heads. But I feel that implementing the remote policy would be a win-win for the city. It would allow employees to be available for residents at times they may otherwise not be available.
And we're aware that this wouldn't pertain to every employee. Obviously, our firefighters and our police officers, they can't be remote. But we're going to, kind of on a case-by-case basis, talk to our department heads, make sure we have coverage when people come in here. But there are times when we have folks that can work remote, but they either use a vacation day, or if it's, for some other thing, they have to just take time off, and they're not able to accomplish a task, which normally they would be, and that puts us behind and puts the department behind. So we're looking to maybe streamline some of these people's job functions here at the City Hall, and would like to start that maybe with the City Hall as kind of a pilot, to start that with remote work and then work our way out to the other divisions. There are some folks at, the library, maybe they could do it, I don't know, we just have to have these discussions, but we wanted to get your guys' input, if this is something you're in favor, because it is a policy change, but we didn't want to do all this legwork without you folks kind of weighing in on, yes, we're interested in that, and if you guys proceed, we'd come back to you with, the actual policy that you'd have to vote to put into the personnel policies, and then we would meet with the unions and the department heads. We've talked to the other, department heads, and a lot of people are in favor of this, and some of the folks, unfortunately, that we've lost have cited this as one of the reasons that they moved on to a different job opportunity.
Did you have something else, Director Terrio?
So before I move on to the 4-day work week proposal, at this point, I feel like it's appropriate for you guys, if you have any questions or feedback on this policy.
Yeah, I think I agree that it can't work for every single position, but where it can, we should offer that. We need to stay competitive with other employers, and the fact is that work has, due to the pandemic, work has forever changed. And so, I think employers that are, trying to bring people back to the office, for, ostensibly no good reason it's simply misguided. And you have other employers who are downsizing their headquarters. They couldn't even bring back everyone if they even wanted to. The building's simply not big enough. And so I think this makes a lot of good sense. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I agree, and studies that have been done with people who have experienced remote work due to COVID have indicated that they don't want to do 100% remote work. They want a hybrid. They want back and forth, and I don't know how it would be possible for me or perhaps any other counselor to say, no, this is a bad idea. I'm wholeheartedly in support of exploring it, and I suspect I'm going to be wholeheartedly in support of implementing it as well. So that's my direction to you.
Thank you.
Councilor Nagy.
I'm also very much in support of the concept. I think it's good that we start with 1 day, because ultimately, if we offer 2 days, we can't probably take it back if it's not working. So just something to think about there. As somebody who spends 4 hours a week commuting to and from Portland for 3 days in the office that I don't need to, because I primarily work from my home office, I greatly appreciate how offering remote work could make us more competitive in attracting and retaining quality employees. So I've got no problem with it.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, also 100% in favor. It really comes down to just being able to be competitive in the workplace. And we're, like any other employer, we need to do everything we can to make sure we hire and keep good employees. So, completely in favor.
Yeah, I guess you want to talk about 4-day work week.
Yeah. So the graph that's in front of you is an HR municipal survey that was done on all the municipalities, and more of them are doing a 4-day work week or even 4.5 days than a full 5-day work week at this point. So of the 26 municipalities that responded, 15 of them are doing either 4 or 4.5. So at this point, we're not really inventing something new. We're just trying to catch up with what everybody else is doing. And of the folks that said no, all of them that were involved in this.
The 4-day work week, this is one that she did also for our employees, is that one?
This is the next slide.
That's the next slide.
Yeah.
My apologies, keep going.
Hold on. So of the municipalities that said no, a lot of them are also looking at this same stuff that we're looking at. So the next slide.
That's it.
Yes. This is the poll that I did within City Hall just to get feelers out on if a schedule like this would work for staff. So what the proposed schedule would be is Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 7:30 to 4:30 for staff, but open 8 to 4 for the public. And then on Tuesdays, it would be 7:30 to 6, open 8 to 5:30 for the public.
Which would add an hour and a half to the Tuesday. So a lot of times we're seeing up in Treasury, folks are rushing in on a Friday, taking time off from work to try to get their vehicles registered, pay taxes, whatever it is, water bills. This instance, you see how late we get to stay on Tuesday nights anyways, we thought that this would be the best day with, to stay open later to give folks that opportunity. When Heather had the other poll on the other slide, a lot of communities, it took some adjusting for people to realize that, but instead of taking some vacation time on Friday to race over here, it'd be a lot easier for people to come on Tuesday. So people will get used to that eventually. I mean, there may be some, we don't want to do this yet. I see our biggest hurdle is dealing with the employees. Heather did do a poll, and a lot of the issues were cited was the daycare issue. What are people going to do for coverage with their kids? She's one of them. That the daycares are not as lenient as they used to be, where they're saying they'll charge you $5 for every minute you're late in some responses. So, and they will just kick you out of the daycare and say we've got enough demand that we don't need this. So that is going to be our issue. How do we deal with the employees who just don't have the daycare coverage?
Councilor Roy. Can you use the
Yep.
mic?
Just getting there. Thanks. It's late. One of the questions I had, I think this is great, but there are a few people that aren't in favor of that. Would they have the option to not take a 4-day work week, or would they have to be forced to take that 4-day?
So if we implemented the 4-day work week, what I'd like to do is meet with everybody that said no, find out why they can't do it and work with them. I think if we did a 4-day work week, we'd have to have some flexibility. We wouldn't want to lose staff. The goal of this is to retain and recruit
And
staff.
would those folks be able to do, if we have the remote work policy, could they do some remote work? I mean, because when we did this poll, we don't have a remote work policy. So could, somebody say, okay, I can't be here at 7:30, but I can be here at 8. Can I then do remote on, Friday, we talk about 4.5 days. Do we have the folks that can't do that work during the 4 days? Do they come into the office for a half a day on Friday, although we're not open to the public to finish the work that they do? There's some positions we can't send work home with them, but there's some that we can. So this, again, would be almost a case-by-case basis.
Just having a little flexibility.
I think the remote work policy, I think, is gonna be an easier, fix for you guys to say yes and for us to implement. The 4-day work week is gonna be a little harder work on our end, dealing with the employees, because we don't wanna drive employees out who say, I just can't do it, and have them go find a job that they don't have to do that, those hours.
I mean, but on the flip side, we are losing employees to municipalities with 4-day work weeks, so.
We are, that's right, that's correct, Mayor. So that's why it's kind of, you're almost in a catch-22 when it comes with the 4-day work week, but maybe it's a 4.5 day. That's where I think we need to do some more digging with these employees who are having an issue with it.
Councilor Najin.
And just to verify, because as I read through it, the plan is to talk to the different directors for the different departments and unions to figure out if any of these things work for them as well, correct? Or is this just a city hall?
That was just a city hall
Okay.
a poll that she sent out.
Right.
We've had discussions, this actually started last year, prior to the events on October 25th, where, some department heads said, yeah, that won't work for me. Police department has 3 or 4 employees that aren't sworn law enforcement, same fire department has 2, that wouldn't work for them. But so the majority of our offices and department heads here in the building were, yes, we could make this work. We'd love it. Oh, it'd be hard for some of my people. That's where we'd have to have those discussions. I think, again, as with the remote work policy, we'd want to try it as a pilot. Do we try doing it over the summer months and see how it works? We had one employee tell, in a survey, well, I can't do it Tuesdays, but I can do it Wednesdays. Well, if you can do it on Wednesdays, is there a way that you could maybe switch that on Tuesdays? And so that's why, her idea of sitting down with each individual who has some problems with that schedule, we'd want to figure that out.
I was thinking specifically about Public Works as well, as on the 4-day work week in particular, because I know that we've had some difficulty attracting.
Yeah, that probably, we could see what that would work, but there's also been some.
Test it here and then figure out if it's something to even offer. Okay.
Correct.
Councilor Glant, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor. So on the 4-day work week. places
Sorry,
I've
do you
seen
mind speaking into the mic?
On
Thank
a
you.
4-day work week where I've seen it work, in a manufacturing type situation, they had 2 crews. They had a Monday through Thursday and they had a Tuesday through Friday. So technically, everyone was here 5 days a week. However, they, and then the particular place I was at, we rotated every 6 months. So at the 6-month point, people were given an option to flop to the other 4 days in order to have a 3-day weekend with a Monday off or a Friday off. Is that being considered, or are you looking like a straight 4 days, Monday through Thursday?
We had earlier had the unions had brought up a 4-day work week during contract negotiations, but they had presented to their union membership as 4 10-hour days, and all of their union members were opposed to that. Majority of our employees are 37.5 hours per week, some are 40. So we would have to have those discussions, and part of the problem is capacity. So do we have enough people to have that, so we don't have enough people working in the clerks or working in treasury, working in the water department? If somebody calls out sick or goes on vacation, counselor, then we don't have the people to cover, and I think that's the issue we run into if we have that kind of flip-flopped, the Monday through Thursday, the Tuesday through Friday type.
Thank you.
We're going to look at every option, and when we talk to the folks, we're going to see what they bring up. We'll meet with the unions as well, because every contract has what a definition is of the work week of Monday through Friday, 37.5 hours. It kind of ties our hands. That's why we can't just, as some other municipalities who don't have the union environment, we're able to just implement the changes and say, this is what it's going to be.
Sorry, one second. We're now going to public comment for this agenda item. And we're back. Oh.
I'll wait for it to come back.
Well, I mean, we have public comment now. We're not having it again.
That's not here
So.
anyway. Well, it's going to come back when you actually have something workable too, though. Let's be fair, right?
Come back as agenda. Okay, I understand.
Right. This is just a presentation.
Correct.
Depending on negotiations, Deputy Administrator.
You're
As
3 minutes.
As
is
somebody
starting.
as somebody who's worked in some kind of hybrid remote, working in banking, well, especially during the fun times of COVID. But I was gonna say, on the 4-day work week, one thing that wasn't mentioned, the city clerk's office, because of statutory hours of operation on elections, that wasn't mentioned in there. So that's going to be a consideration. And also with, like on a hybrid, at least the 4 people in the finance office who basically are there to man the window and to take all the money. And I was one of them yesterday. Thank you. You can take my $121. Actually, no, 50 of that went to the state of Maine, never mind. And then obviously, the city clerk staff who man the windows, which is pretty much the 4 people who aren't the city clerk because of their customer-facing roles. That's another cohort that's not going to be this. And Public Works, you can't snow plow or blow the dirt on the sidewalk into the road remotely. At least not, yeah? Well, I guess we could use drones, one day, right? Now, is the intention to have an either or some combination of these two? Because it could be argued that they cancel each other out, potentially. Just for thought. Thank you.
Further public comment? And back to the council. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you.
If you could, the mic, yes.
Thank you. I do not envy you your job. You have so many constraints and hurdles to overcome, so many issues that need to be resolved before these things can be implemented. But I do want to encourage you to take that extra effort. The more flexible we can be in our job offerings, the more attractive we can be. We're under all kinds of constraints, and I think every tool in the box needs to be brought out. I hesitate to bring this up now, but I think Councilor Gallant and his mention of a staggered 4-day work week would provide access to City Hall and other public services on a 5-day basis, but I realize there are, guess what, constraints. So I guess I'd encourage you to do everything you can to make employees citywide have as many options as possible. So thank you for that.
Councilor Najin.
Ultimately, I believe that whatever the policy goes into place, if the employees find it beneficial and the directors find it tolerable, then I'm 100% behind it, because ultimately the end result is it makes us more attractive to work in.
Anything further?
No, great, thank you. We've got your direction, and we'll get back to you at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk, agenda item number 14.
Item number 14, presentation of a proposed amendment to the Lewiston Youth Advisory Council policy. Requested action to receive information about an upcoming amendment to the Lewiston Youth Advisory Council policy. No formal action is required.
Good evening. My name is Dottie Parham-Whittier. I'm the Communications Coordinator for the City of Lewiston, and thank you for listening to me at this late hour. I will be swift in my comments. To start the slideshow here, let me get it going. Okay, come on up here. Oh, there we go. What I wanted to go over this evening before I actually focus on the proposed policy change is because you're primarily a new body. I wanted to give an overview of what the Youth Council is about. And I'm not going to read all these slides verbatim. I just wanted to give an overview. Mayor Kylie Tara was the mayor at the time when she wanted to have a youth council. We did some research at other youth councils that were very active, which was the city of Portland. They came up here to visit with us. We did a road trip to the city of Boston and met with their advisor and youth there. And we did not take a road trip, but we also looked into Terrence, California, that was very active. We had a community forum here in Lewiston where adults and young people came together to talk about what a youth council would look like here. And just to get the ball rolling, a St. Dom's student when St. Dom's was in Lewiston and a Bates College intern put together a proposed set of bylaws. The purpose I've noted up here, 4 major points: for youth to be empowered within the community, to undertake service projects, to be a liaison between youth across the community and the city, and to also be an advisory role to the city council. Okay. Membership, we promote every spring, starts up in April. It's an application process for up to 15 members. When we had that community forum years ago, it was young people that wanted it to be an application process because they felt if it was an election of some sort, it would be the popular kids that would always be picked. So we have had debaters, cheerleaders, homeschoolers, you name it, and we've been very fortunate that they've blended really well. They elect their own officers, chair, vice chair, treasurer, and secretary. Membership is 9th to 12th grade. They either live in Lewiston at time of application or they attend Lewiston High School or St. Dom's. We kept St. Dom's in there because they were involved at the very start, including helping with the bylaws. And the chair, we've gotten back on track tonight after COVID with Ava being here tonight, giving a monthly update.
Just for clarification, so as it stands right now, you could have a high schooler live in Auburn, attend St. Dom's, and then apply to the Lewiston. Yeah?
We really haven't had that, but yes, absolutely.
That scenario could exist.
And it's funny, we go in kind of cycles. We'll have a year that we have several kids from St. Dom's apply, and then we won't, for a couple of years, have anybody. But we have had them right through the 23 years that it's been in operation. And just as a side note, really quick, this is the 23rd year, and it was established by the City Council in 2001. And tonight in Waterville, they are using our model. They had reached out about a month ago following this group, and Mayor Morris is going before the Waterville Council tonight to follow our model and to get a youth council there in place. So that's happening this evening as well.
I'm sure they ended hours ago, but Councilor Chittum, did you have something?
Yes, I did, just quickly. With a 15-member council, what's your acceptance rate? How many people apply for these 15 positions each year?
Sometimes we'll have 10, sometimes we'll have 25. It varies.
Okay.
Yeah. Members collaboratively pick the projects they want to tackle, not so much agenda items that you folks take up. They tend to pick things that kind of hit the pulse of the community and what's happening. For instance, when Ava said tonight that they're looking at substance use disorder in the community, obviously that's a concern in our community at this time. I have a bunch of slides here that show some of their projects. I'm going to go through them very quickly, not by year, so don't be afraid on this first one that says 2002. But I just wanted to say this was their very first project that they took on in September of 2002. It was a noise pollution awareness campaign. At that time, there were a lot of complaints in the community about motorcycles and cars that were using souped-up exhausts. So they had a community forum, they had an audiologist, a legislator, members of the police department were here, and they did a campaign to get the word out about decibels and hearing, and lo and behold, at the end of their campaign, the ordinance for the city's noise levels was adjusted from some of the things that came out of this. So that was pretty cool.
Can we bring them back again?
These are just some other slides. I'm going to go really quickly. This was a Shine on Lewiston event. A few years ago, they wanted to promote Lewiston as a food and dining destination place, so they had a bunch of restaurants decide to volunteer their time and food. They had this at the Franco Center. It was down the street, and they talked about all the eateries that we have in Lewiston, and it was just a wonderful evening. Usually they pick their own projects, but the fire department did reach out to them in this case. The first responders were concerned about not being able to see homes or businesses that weren't posted clearly, so they worked and did a video and did some outreach on making sure that folks posted their locations. This was a youth summit that they had at the Armory. In the middle there was former Mayor John Jenkins was the guest speaker, a little person that you can see there. He was there, and at the end of the day, the picture at the top, it ended with a Zumba with teachers and kids and elected officials. It was quite the scene. They've also focused on arts and culture in the community and have held a youth performing arts celebration, and that was held at Callahan Hall. They worked with former council liaison Norm Russo and raised $25,000 to cite the levels of the clock that we have here in City Hall. They were very active in the All-America City competition when we went to Anaheim, California, to promote the civic engagement that we have here in Lewiston. And they were so impressed with one of the youth that went with us that they flew her back the next year to be a youth judge in Anaheim. They did an underage drinking awareness campaign and worked with a local film company and wrote, directed, and produced Smashed, which was approved for Maine's Drivers Ed Education, and it premiered at Auburn Flagship with red carpet and limo, which was pretty amazing to see how they worked together, and it was amazing. It really was. And they did a study guide that went with it that goes with the video.
Is that video like available on our YouTube channel or something like that?
No, I've still got some copies of it. Yeah.
I'm sure we have the rights to put that on our YouTube channel.
We could. Let's see here. This was Motivate Me. This is the pulse of the community at that time was talking a lot about having young people further their education, and they had a contest about why would you be motivated to attend college. And they got a bunch of hoodies and shirts and bags from different colleges in Maine to promote that. And up there in the top right is when they had the event here in the chambers, and they were different winners for different categories that highlighted their motivation. Oops. All right. This was cool things happening on Lisbon Street when we were trying to get Lisbon Street more robust. It certainly has grown. The youth were concerned about promoting Lisbon Street, and they went with some cameras and went down the street and interviewed different businesses and what they offer and tried to get some excitement about Lisbon Street, and then they debuted it in the bottom left. I think it was at LA Arts. We used a room in the former LA Arts. I think that's where that was.
Yeah, I recognize that. That was called Downstage.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You're right. Okay. Ooh. This was, they worked with inner city kids on recycling. They had an event in Kennedy Park, Recycling Rules with the Fancy Z. They worked with the Downtown Neighborhood Association at one point to spruce up Mark W. Parody Park, and they worked on that name change and spoke at the dedication. They did some work with New Beginnings and filmed a documentary and had an evening which the governor showed up and shared his story at the time. It was Governor LePage. So they had people from New Beginnings that shared their story and really built awareness of homelessness and how people can succeed and how people can support them. They've hosted mayoral debates where the chair has been the moderator and the youth council has formed questions and asked them. This was a magnificent event, celebration of immigration, where they had the 5 biggest waves of Lewiston's immigration, which was Irish, French, Greek, Lithuanian, and Somali. And the whole event was music and artifacts and food and testimonials. You can see Rachel DeGrosier is the second up there. She spoke on the French. John Anderson at first was the Irish, and then at the end, there was cultural dancing. This was an image campaign they did for Lewiston's image. It was a campaign called Do You Do Lou. That was their press conference with people in the back of them holding up things they liked about Lewiston. And then they had an event at Callahan Hall where people brainstormed about what was great about Lewiston, and they had some shirts that they made, Born to Do You Do Lou. Again, a carry on more about that. They interviewed different people of all ages within the community and taped their responses about Lewiston. And they debuted their work as well at Guthrie's when they had an independent theater to showcase different aspects of Lewiston. This was Lewiston Jeopardy, which, if anybody knows Cindy LaRock over in the peach sweater, is the most competitive woman I've ever met in my life at this event. They had back in the day comments and present day comments about Lewiston, and it was fiercely competitive. They did a Lewiston historical musical focus. Lewiston back in the day, especially with the Pal Hop and beyond, there were a lot of singers that came out of Lewiston, and they focused all aspects down through the years of music in Lewiston. This was a cool event a couple of years ago. What do you know about Lewiston? And they had people come in the community and share what might work in Lewiston for a date night and why. And this is a lady over here. She had talked about going out to eat, going kayaking on the canals, going to a play. And it was all trivia about Lewiston and why it's a neat place to go out for an evening or visit or tour here. At the time, Mayor Bouchard asked them to do a survey of local youth as to what they thought about the city of Lewiston. Would they stay here after they graduated? And they did a link through, it was high school and middle school, and then they went into classrooms, and then they presented their findings, and they visited 4th, 8th, and 12th graders. This was Lewiston Success Stories, where they had a panel of folks that have lived here or moved here and have really succeeded from, we had Miss Maine to former Mayor Dion, we had a state senator, business owners, we had a teacher that shared their story. They continued that with doing online videos about expanding Lewiston businesses and new businesses. Then this was a Shine on Lewiston that focused on the police department to let people really have an understanding what police officers do. And it was very, very emotional, well-attended, and really, I think, builds some generational connections. They've done this twice to improve morale in the schools. They put 1,400 notes on the lockers at Lewiston High School. They did it the first time, and it was a huge success, and then we were approached by teachers after COVID for them to do it again to help kids feel comfortable coming back. This was a Halloween event. They didn't want to just do candy at Halloween, so they had a place at Geiger Elementary in the parking lot, and each trunk was designed. One was the public theater, one was Jude's Place playground, one was the library. There was just various places, and so when kids and their families would go to the trunk, they would get their candy and they would learn about whatever that trunk was designed. This was an anti-bullying forum that they had in 2020. They had Miss Maine at the time come, and it was a panel discussion of what happens when you're bullied, and they followed up on I'm a kind kid, I don't bully, and kids could sign that. This was during COVID. They worked with Healthy Androscoggin and did a photo project. It was exhibits. They took a picture and then they wrote their story about it, to raise awareness that they're not alone during COVID. This is some food insecurity work that they did with the Nutrition Center, and they had a food champion award that they won because of that. This was a job fair at the Lewiston Armory. It was sort of at the end of COVID. It did not get the attendance that they'd hoped for, but one of the people that was there said it was the most organized job fair she'd ever attended. They worked very hard at it. They worked on a naming contest from Mike McGraw Park, and they received 39 entries, and there they are speaking at the opening sledding event. There we are at a citywide litter pickup day. We've done a few of those. Then coming into more recently, they did a focus on mental health awareness, and there's a list of things they did there, from putting that list of supports through a QR code that was made available to folks. They did art submissions, superintendent of schools tweeted mental health awareness messages, and they had a mental health forum. This was in May of last year. They had a cultural event over at LA Arts where they highlighted different origins, cultures, and ethnicities within the city of Lewiston, really well attended. The Dream Project that you heard from Ava earlier tonight was some of the things that she highlighted. That was from the Dream Project. That's Cadence talking. There's the pin she held up, and that was one of the success comments they had on Facebook. And the bumper sticker, that was the hope and dream of Councilor Roy, because he wanted to spread the word, and they liked that idea. And then, as Ava said tonight, the drug use, they want to have a talking session within the community. There's their website, and they recently went through their policy. That's obviously the city policy. And then they have their bylaws, and there is a section at the bottom of page 2 and goes up on 3 in the policy that was put in there in 2010 at the suggestion of their then counselor liaison. We now have Counselor Soul, who has just been a wonderful asset to the group. But at that time, that was a preference to put in there. It didn't catch much attention at the time. It was voluntary because it was a rotation basis. Kids weren't readily available. They're in a million activities, so it just kind of sat there. In 2016, they added some other language about, well, if they can't make it, if they have a game. I think they were trying to make it a little more workable, but still tried it a couple times. Someone couldn't make it, and so they had to try to find a replacement, and it didn't work well. So it's just kind of sat there. So they would like to have that taken out of the policy, and what they would like instead is to add a section to their bylaws. Right now, it says that they can offer some advisory thoughts to the city council. If you were discussing something that was a concern to them, they would like to have in their bylaws wording that says that you, as a body, can reach out to them if you want their perspective. And when we went over this the other day at the March 4th meeting, they did not have 2/3 vote at that time, so we'll have to officially bring that back. But that's the section, and I know Councilor Chittum had asked me about it, because it's just kind of sat there. But they'd rather have it be more back and forth communication, advisory-wide, versus trying to fill a revolving seat all the time. Okay, that's it. Any questions?
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Dottie. I appreciate that very much. Is this Lewiston Youth Advisory Council a city policy?
Yes.
So the council will have to amend that policy by striking
right.
everything beyond participation at city council meetings.
Right, yep. The part that I was talking about on their vote is what they wanted to add to their bylaws.
Right, and my next point was, their bylaws are theirs. We don't have any effect or impact.
They vote, and then you approve their vote.
Oh, we approve the
Yeah.
bylaws?
Yep.
Okay,
If they make a change, it has to be 2/3 for them, and then it goes to you.
I see, okay, all right. So we could actually act tonight, unless you think these things ought to be done in tandem, to remove this participation at city council meetings.
I think that's fine, because they don't vote on that part anyway.
I see the
policy
city
part.
clerk shaking her head, so I'm getting the sign.
I apologize, Counselor. So this is actually part of the city policy manual. So the process to amend the policy manual is to put it on. And then just for clarification, their bylaws are part of the policy. So
Okay.
you do have the purview to amend those as well. So
Okay.
if the council is agreeable, we'll certainly put it on the next agenda, or whenever the youth council can make their recommendation.
Cool.
Yeah, we have to wait until the youth council has the 2/3 majority to change their bylaws.
Yep, they meet again. They met last night. Oddly, they didn't make the 9. Right now, we're dealing with upcoming mock trial stuff. So we meet again April 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, as soon as the youth council has made those changes to its bylaws, that needs to be put on the agenda for us to change the policy.
Yep, sounds good then. Thank you.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think we should be fine with whatever changes the youth council deems necessary. And I mean, they have an open invitation here, and they can feel free to come sit in the seat and talk to us at any meeting. We will make time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great slideshow. Thank you, Dottie.
Thanks. I tried to hurry. Oops.
Our deputy administrator enjoyed it immensely. So
I'm trying to get that now.
I think we're now, thank you so much, and give them all our best. I think we're now up to reports and updates from the council. Councilor Glant.
The Senior Advisory Council met. We would like to bring forth some things we're working with at the next meeting. One would be a change in our bylaws, policies that we're going to put forth for review. I will get them to you a week in advance. We have moved forward with a poster, and we have designed our survey that we're going to send out. I will also forward that to you all this week, so you can review them in advance to see what we're doing. Our goal is the week of April 11th to start our survey for 3 weeks to find out what the community would like and like to have. The posters are being made, there'll be 25 of them to be distributed across town in different locations. The surveys are going to be online. You're going to have a little queue thing you can go ahead and do. We're also going to do it in 4 languages, Portuguese, French, Spanish, and Somali, so that's available to the whole community in that process. But you'll be seeing that coming from me, from them, so that we can act on it at our meeting in April. So the goal will be to get the first reading done or looked at from you all and opinions so we can go forward.
And the posters are advertising the survey.
Correct. It's all about advertising the survey.
Got it.
Thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Auburn-Lewiston Airport is prepared to execute a memorandum of understanding with the City of Auburn to take over the administrative aspects. This is a decision by the Board of Directors of the airport, and basically a contract with the City of Auburn to take care of all of the administrative aspects of running the airport. It would mean a change in the composition of the Board of Directors. More to come on that. I also want to report very favorably on a presentation that we had at the Lake Auburn Watershed Protection Commission. It's late in the evening. There was an excellent presentation on phosphorus reduction methodologies to do that, presented with a very knowledgeable expert in the field, who also had some ballpark ideas on the costs. They were horrendous costs, but they were far less than the costs we'd be facing if we lost the waiver. Very interesting presentation. I believe that might be available online.
We're just going to go down the row here. Councilor Sol, did you have an update on anything?
Dottie just did it for me.
Well, there you go. Anything else you'd like to say? Councilor Roy?
Good, thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Not much to report from the school committee. We had our joint meeting last night. We're in the middle of budget things as well.
I'll have a quick other business then.
And with that, now we're up to other business. So, Councilor Najin.
I just wanted to put forward that possibly we could do a workshop concerning some of the more challenging aspects of what seems to be rising violence within our community, and what we can do as a municipality to address it. I think that we have certain challenges because state and federal law are what they are, but possibly if we get a workshop together where we're speaking to the police department, maybe even the DA's office, maybe we can figure out if there's something in there that we have the power to do in order to help curb some of the behaviors that we're seeing that are quite frankly alarming, and with that, I just wanted to quickly mention that I noticed a few times tonight we weren't talking into our mics sometimes, and it's a public meeting, so we really have to, even if we're talking to each other on the sides, make sure that, we shouldn't be talking to each other on the sides. I really support allowing people to speak their minds in public comment, but one of the things that has become clear, especially today, is we're putting our staff, ourselves, and people who have come here for different agenda items into a position where the night becomes long. So we have to think about those things, just to say. But yeah, that's it.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I've just got a few things, but Councilor Najean's comments reminded me that, so in Auburn, they have public comment in 2 separate sections, which might be something that we could explore, have something at the beginning and then something at the end or near the end, just for efficiency's sake on the agenda. But I also wanted to speak to a couple of the things that were brought up under public comment. So what I wanted to say to the folks who had asked us to bring forth a ceasefire resolution, and I see a couple of them still here tonight, is that I totally sympathize with the situation. I've written letters myself to Senator Collins, Senator King, and Congressman Golden. I just didn't feel, the reason I didn't bring it forward was I didn't feel like it was a city council matter, a city business of something that we could really affect here. So that was just my reasoning for that. But I fully support everyone coming out and speaking and continuing to do so. The other issue was as far as some people brought up administration during public comment, and I was wondering how people can air concerns about administration if they're not allowed to mention the position during public comment. Employees aren't allowed to talk to us. We're not allowed to talk to employees, and everything has to go through administration. I just don't know what the mechanism is for concerns about administration, how those get addressed. And I'm just putting that out there. I don't expect an answer tonight, but just wonder how that process should work.
And I guess, I will speak to the city attorney later or before the next meeting, just figuring out we're not supposed to be talking about, I read it every meeting, we're not supposed to be talking about personnel matters, but where the line is there. So I will get some guidance and report back to all of you. Councilor Najean.
Actually, folks, I already talked. So.
I thought we were going down the line, but
Yeah, we can. Did you?
I was just gonna say, if we have a 3-minute time limit, to be fair with everybody, if you're gonna hold one person for 3 minutes, you're gonna hold everybody for 3 minutes. It doesn't matter. That kind of was a slap in the face tonight, and I really, really didn't appreciate that. I think, it's very important you stay congruent across the board.
I'll respond to that quickly. So, yes, in this case, I wanted to make an exception because he was a representative. Was he representative of FEMA or?
SBA.
SBA, okay. But talked about both organizations, and in this case, it was an update that the community needed to hear. And so, yes, I definitely agree that rules should be applied equally. I think it's okay to use your judgment sometime, and that's what I did tonight.
To respond to that, Mr. Mayor, I think that's a council rule, and that's why several times I've said move to suspend the rules to allow continued discussion. Respectfully, I do not believe that's the chair's position. I think the rule was established by the council, and we as a council ought to weigh in on whether or not the 3-minute and the 15-minute limits should apply or should be waived. I would like to second what Councilor Harriman said about the Gaza resolution. I have been torn about this. I personally feel very strongly that the bloodshed and the travesties that are going on in the Middle East need to be stopped. I feel that our government is complicit in that. However, I second Councilor Harriman's position that this is not a purview for the Lewiston City Government. It is not our job, nor is it our responsibility, nor do we have the authority. It's been mentioned several times that Lewiston tax money is going to the federal government. That tax money is coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. It's not coming out of the city coffers. The city has no financial interest supporting the federal government, nor does the city of Lewiston have a vote. Individual residents of the city do have votes. That, plus the fact that, frankly, this job is a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be, and we have issues that we need to deal with at home before we start delving into international politics. Finally, I would like to say that the initial resolution that was presented to us for approval was, in my view and the view of some of my constituents, heavily slanted and biased. It required that were we to endorse that resolution, we would all individually have to do a lot of fact-checking. So I was opposed to that resolution. I did draft a much shorter, much simpler resolution, which I circulated among some of my constituents and some of the members of the council, and I received, let's fix this on the right, let's fix that on the left, this doesn't agree with that, and it became an exercise in complete frustration. I would be happy to sponsor, if that's the right word, or ask for the council to consider a very simple 2-sentence resolution that says humanitarian aid or humanitarian concerns, we share those. And I think the council all agrees that we do share the humanitarian concerns. But to delve into the politics and talk about the details of what's going on there, I just can't support a resolution that requires us to investigate and evaluate all of that. So that's my concern on the Gaza resolution.
Where do I begin? I'm going to ask a couple questions, because I'm not clear and I can't find the answers either in our operating policies or city policies or our rules. How does one get an executive session started? We've had many, none of which I remember anybody asking me, do we want to go into it? So do we just, if I say I want to have an executive session dealing with a personal matter and tell you what the personal matter is, it happens? Do I need to get 4 votes, 5 votes from the body here? You know, I'm just trying to determine how this works. I originally asked to talk to our lawyer and was shot down by the body on what I thought was an important issue. So I want to make sure I do this one right. So can somebody clarify to me if I want to have an executive session for us to attend? Do I present it to you all and then you can do like you did with the lawyer? No, we don't want to do it? Or how does that go? Just curious to start. That starts my conversation.
I guess you can correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, but so the mayor can call an executive session or 4 councilors can.
Okay. So I would need to recruit 4 councilors.
3 others besides yourself.
3 others. So I would like to propose on the next agenda my 2 executive sessions so we can vote on it publicly, transparency, so we can know what's going on. Because I'm not going to call everybody who get emails. I had no response the last time. I can do that. Is that correct?
Madam Clerk?
If you'd just like to have sort of an informal poll or inquiry from them now, is that what you're saying, Counselor? To get an indication?
I'm saying that I'd like to have as an agenda item on the next meeting, 2 items that we'll vote on, up or down, so the public, through transparency, will know what's going on. Many of my constituents have questions and problems with things that's going on with this council, and I would like to have them addressed, but I can't get that done by myself.
Sure, so there's, looking at the rules, Section 4, Agenda A, all agenda items need to be in the office of the city clerk by noon on Wednesday. No elected official initiated item will be accepted after that deadline, so if an elected official has an item that they want to put on the agenda.
So I can do it, as long as I get to you by Wednesday, I can do that.
It appears so under the rules.
Okay, I just want to be clear, so I don't miss out. Good, that's all I have, thank you.
Councilor Chittum, do you have something?
I just wanted to clarify that. So any one of us on the city council can request an agenda, an item to be put on the agenda, so long as it's in the city clerk's office by noon of the Wednesday before the meeting at which it will occur. By noon on Wednesday before the meeting at which it will occur.
That's typically been the practice before.
Okay.
It's usually if the public wants something, then I will defer to you to see if that's something that you're interested in putting on the agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you. So everybody understands the rules then. Anyone can put an item on the agenda, subject to the time constraints.
And
We don't gatekeep each other, right?
Yep.
And I'll just clarify as a reminder, for example, Councilor Harriman had an item, I don't even remember what it was, Councilor Harriman, and an amendment to an ordinance. I can't even remember, I'm sorry, offhand what it was, but it was beyond the advertising deadline. So the rules say Wednesday at noon, but there should be an asterisk there noting that there are some items that have a time frame. For example, an ordinance amendment, because of the requirement to place the legal ad for the public hearing, that was actually, we had to been in a couple days prior to that to make it. So, but for the most part, Wednesday at noon would be the deadline. You don't have to wait that late, because Wednesday at noon usually is when we want the background material that goes with it. So if you have an item, just a general topic or item, email us on that Monday or whatever, so we'll have it as a placeholder. But Wednesday at noon, we really would like to have the background supporting material into our office by then, if that helps.
Councilor Chittum.
One other question for clarification, Madam Clerk. When we pass an ordinance, we do that in 2 readings. Does that require 2 public notices or just the one before the first reading?
Just one before the first reading.
Okay, which explains why I couldn't find the public notice of the ordinance change that we made on second reading tonight.
We don't place legal ads for final public hearings, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. One more quick question. With the executive session, what we have been doing, and I believe it procedurally is okay, we go in there, we do our thing, and we end it there. But if there's going to be some form of action required, do we not have to come back out here and do it at that point, correct?
Correct. You can't take action in executive session. So if your decision is an actionable item, it would usually go on the next agenda and not necessarily that night, because we haven't had a chance to notify the public to give them ample opportunity to prepare or comment. So yes, you wouldn't come out normally and take action that night. There have been some exceptions for that, but we would print right on the agenda cover sheet. The city council is expected to come out and take action on this item, but that's pretty rare. Usually it's held for the next meeting. And I will just note, the Deputy City Administrator reminded us, Councilor Gallant, regarding executive sessions, those are very limited in topic under the right to know law. So just a reminder for you and the members of the public.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Seeing no further business, Madam Clerk, I think we will adjourn.
Second. First.
Councilor Gallant, seconded by
Well, I'll second that. I would think that,
Councilor Sol beat you.
okay. Could we not
Matt-
say, without objection, I adjourn? Is that not one of your purviews?
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 6,
Yeah.
Ward 7.
Yes, please.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 4.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Pass the vote to 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Lewiston. Have a wonderful evening.